It's called being a freelancer. Old folks just don't get it. It's called being a freelancer. Old folks just don't get it.
Is there time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in no time.
It's called being a freelancer. Old folks just don't get it.
Oops, it helps if I unmute myself after I finish eating. Whoop, okay, bring the view. Blah 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 blah. Get rid of this. There we go. Hello, 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 hello. I've erased you. What are we doing today? I don't have much planned other than what's in this title, which is that we have to grind for this. You can see it's level 40. I'll have an episode tomorrow out. I basically tested this out on, Xiangling at level 60, and then this weapon at level 40. And, I mean, she does damage. You know what the funny part is? She did like 2,000 damage, with her burst at level, at level 2. And Kekvin's burst with his Xiangling, I remember seeing at one point in our challenge video. If you didn't see that, I posted that earlier today, a few hours ago. His Xiangling did like 3,000 damage in her burst. So, I mean, I guess that's something. But that just means his Xiangling was garbage, not that mine is good. Anyways, I'll give me a second before I let people in the co-op. I gotta figure out what I'm doing first. Is my chat broken? My chat might be broken because I haven't seen an update since I went live. Ah, freaking YouTube, man. The chat was working fine before I went live, and now it's not. Alright, well, let me, freaking YouTube, man. Give me a second, I'm sorry.
I can't decide whether pyro slimes taste better with salt and pepper or garlic and herbs.
Hello, hello, in phone guy voice? Was I using a voice by accident? Is the title Impala... Is the title a tame Impala reference to the song New Person, Same Old Mistakes? Kind of, yeah. I don't even know that song off the top of my head, but I imagine that's probably where the general saying came from, is my guess. Whoops. Whoops. Now I just minimized chat myself, rather than, there we go. Okay. Fixed. Alright, sorry. Hopefully YouTube is, fine. Is the Windbloom weapon good for Dia? Yeah, it should be fine for a vape Dia. Not the best in the world, but perfectly fine. If you're doing vape Dia specifically. But still, the problem with Dia is like, have fun with getting energy recharge. So like, honestly, you should probably just use Favonius Greatsword on Dia to make your life not miserable for energy recharge substats. Anywho. Phone guy is from Five Nights at Freddy, just a reference. Oh, okay. I don't know. Blame the new CEO of YouTube. It's probably not the new CEO's fault. It's probably, I don't know. I've noticed less like spam chat lately since we've had these YouTube refreshing problems. So my guess with the YouTube chat not refreshing properly is just a problem of like something goofy they changed on the back end of YouTube's chat, which has made the, bot problem better, has made the chat functioning worse. Which, I'll be honest, I'd rather have the bots back, but it's fine. Anyways. You don't have Fab. Oh, that's sad. Yeah, if you don't have Fav Greatsword, yeah, I'm assuming you're a newer player, so you just haven't wished as much, so you got Dia recently and you're a new player. Yeah, if you don't have Fav Greatsword and you're doing a vape Dia with Mona, man, I would not, man. If you're a new player and you don't have Fav, I'm guessing there's a good chance you also don't have Mona. If you do have Mona, trying to like look, is there any other like, you could use Rain Slasher too, but that's basically just a worse version of the, of the new free Claymore now, honestly. So other than Fab Greatsword, it's basically there's not a lot of good options. Oh, poor Dia. I'm so sorry. Yup. Well. Use Sacrificial... yeah, there's Sacrificial Greatsword as well. Could work, I forgot. Yep. Yeah, Sacrificial Greatsword. That could work. Anywho, why are we talking about Dia? Will I be building Kave on my main? Probably. So anyways, the plan for today, we're gonna do dailies, of course, and then we're gonna level up this. Well, hopefully level it up a bit. We got about 5,000 things we gotta farm. So this, by the way, so in tomorrow's video, you'll somehow that video is gonna contain two things. I'm not even gonna say what the announcement is on the account, but I decided something for the account, so it's gonna contain two things. It's going to contain that announcement, me talking about that. Then the title of the video is going to be like, I made a mistake, or something along those lines. And, sorry for the throat clearing. And then I'm just farming for Staff of Scarlet Sands. And as you can see, I didn't really farm much for these. I just farmed for this. It took me like an hour to farm for these. It was miserable. I freaking hated it. I was going to go into co-op, and I was like, you know what? No. I deserve the pain. So, yep. Anywho, yeah, we gotta do fungi farming and robot farming. And the thing is, I kind of want to just get like I just want to kind of get all the farming for this thing done on this stream today. So, my plan might be to, we'll do the farming in my world, right? We'll use the book to target any of the things it takes us to. Same thing for the fungi. And then I'm just gonna hop in your guys' worlds. Hop in anyone's world that I can find, and we're gonna go kill them there. because it's just a pain. So, anyways, we're gonna hop around co-op. That's all. I want to be done with the farming for this weapon. I'm probably not farming to like get it to like level 90 today. To be clear, I can survive leveling it to 90 later. But I have enough materials to get it to 80 if I want. Although I don't know if I have enough. Or I think, yeah, I don't know. I think this is probably enough ore to get it to level 80. And also, as far as like Aqua Simulacra is concerned, yes, I'll level that one up eventually to 82. But I'm more interested in getting the staff to 80. Okay, we're worrying about that first. And honestly, I would like to level up Skyward Pride as well. But anywho, oh, actually, you know what? No, I'm not gonna. Is this the artifact on? No, okay, good. I didn't spoil it. So this artifact, I did not farm for artifacts yesterday, but I got this artifact, which continues a very weird stretch of odd occurrences on this account for artifacts. But anyways, I'm not gonna show this feather because it's just funny, but you'll have to watch the video tomorrow to see this artifact. It's a goofy one. I got it from an adventure rank reward from going to level 49 at like the very end of the video. I got that artifact and I was like, all right, then I guess we're leveling this up. So, anywho, I think someone asked if I was going to get Nahida's weapon on this account. Since Nahida's weapon is probably coming back next patch. I don't know. It's an interesting support weapon, right? It gives a bunch of EM, and support weapons are valuable. But it also isn't like that good. Like, it's fine. As far as support weapons go, into the archive here, which, apologies that it's not going to show any meaningful information here. But as far as like 5-star support weapons go, right? Everlasting Moonglow is not a very good weapon. Neither is the Baiju's weapon. Baiju's weapon is the biggest disappointment I've ever had in a weapon, but honestly it's fine because it just means it's going to be a really hard skip. If Baiju's weapon is with Nahida's weapon, probably going to skip. But yeah, 1,000 floating dreams here. I wish I could show the details on the screen, but I don't have it prepared, so it's okay. It's interesting. But other than that, like, the only other support weapons in the game, really, you can use Song of Broken Pines. Song of Broken Pines is technically a support weapon, if used right, but it's also got it's kind of got an annoying passive to trigger it. So, and there's Key of Kajna Suit, gives a big EM buff, which is a relevant support weapon. And then there is Freedom Sworn. That's basically it. There's other weapons that are like meant for a support role, to be clear. But if I support weapon, I mean weapons that like buff the team. Oh, and Elegy. Derp. I forgot about Elegy. So like as far as priority goes, Elegy, and I think like Freedom Sworn, Kyu, Kajin Suit would be a priority. 1,000 Floating Dreams is it's gonna be a hard. It depends on what it's paired with. If it's paired with Baiju's weapon is Hot Pooh Bear. Like so Pooh Bear. The reason Baiju's weapon, I'm not gonna explain what exactly it is, because I don't feel like it. Because basically Baiju's weapon is this. This is Baiju's weapon, except for he has slightly more HP and gives slightly more damage. Other than that, it's like the same. Although to be clear, it's like R1 of Baiju's weapon is a similar energy refund to R5 of Prototype Amber. But the fact that R5 Amber, a free-to-play one that you can get without having to wish at all. So anyways, yeah, Baiju's weapon is freaking garbage. Actual Pooh Bear garbage. One of the worst weapons I've seen them make in this game. And is an emblematic of, like, their weapon design is just total bait and hot garbage, and like weapons are not worth going for. Weapons only is a mistake. Anyways, maybe his weapon will work with Barbara. No, I'd rather do DPS Barbara. It's like no. I was hoping Baiju's weapon was gonna be like a Yelan situation where they basically make it a DPS weapon for like a character that's oriented as a support at C0. But hey, it makes your support do big damage weapon kind of thing. But no, it's just garbage. It's just bad. It's anyways, so whatever like I would like, we have the Mist Splitter Calamity Queller banner coming up. I would rather wish on that banner than a banner with Baiju's weapon. It's that bad of a weapon. It's garbage. It's really garbage. So, and the saddest part is it's a Jade weapon, right? So previously we had Jade Spear, good generalist spear. Jade Cutter, the best generalist sword in the game. And then now we have like Jade Regalia, or I think it got renamed to something else, but it's still a Jade weapon. And it's just... Anyways, Baiju looks cool. His weapon... let's go do our dailies. I'll let people in co-op now. How's my best progress in this count? I think I did like floor 9, and then I'm sure I could like clear floor 10. I also am pretty sure I could 9-star floor 9 without a problem. I haven't really tried anything past floor 9 though. So the problem is currently the two teams I use are basically this team, although I usually, before I use Xiangling now, just in the last episode, which you can see that, you'll be able to see it here as well. I had Amber instead of Xiangling here. This is basically just a Melt Kaya team. It's honestly pretty strong. This could probably clear mini abysses pretty reliably. I don't love Animo Traveler here for various reasons, but it's our only Animo unit. So we could easily put a Animo Traveler to someone else, honestly. But and then I was using like a Lisa Hyperbloom team, which has problems. You've seen them before, hopefully. If you haven't seen them before, it's basically just Lisa feels really clunky to use on Hyperbloom, especially when both of the Hydro and Electro unit want to be on field in this team. So, anyways. And there we go. What's the point of Baiju's shield? The point of Baiju's shield is we don't need an 88 crit damage catalyst. I agree. Yeah, R5 Wizard would be better than that. But yeah, a 44 crit rate catalyst is very relevant, and I would have loved to have in the count. But nope. I guess Lost Prayer is going to be... Lost Prayer continues for weapons only to be the catalyst I would most be interested in going for. So I don't know. There might be a Cleary run soon where we get Lost Prayers. So... But anyways, what is, oh, you can get the Claymore already? Nice, I didn't know you could get the Claymore already. And we'll do the event. No, I don't know. No. We're focused. We're focused. Not doing the event. We are doing. What are we doing? Oh yeah, we're farming. Oh, this is a good sign. This is a good sign to my brain. Plus, the Yaimiko weapon gives a lot of crit damage. Yeah, we have enough crit damage weapons and catalysts. It's just we don't need any more catalysts. For crit damage catalysts. But yeah, having a better 40 crit rate stat stick weapon for catalysts, other than Lost Prayers, would be nice. Lost Prayers is fine. It's fine. But honestly, if they would just put like you know, something along the lines of the passive that's on Staff of Scarlet Sands on a catalyst and has 44 crit rate, that'd be my dream catalyst for a DPS catalyst for this account at least. Now, you know, Xiangling is not my preferred character to use in co-op, but it's fine. We're just making use of all the magic of downtime or something. I don't know. You know what I guess I'll do? I think I'll put... Here, I'm going to put an EM Goblet on Xiangling. I'm going to put Lisa's EM Goblet on instead. The reason being is because I'll get more ER. Less crit, but more ER. So, you know, lovely rainbow build we got going here. Oh yeah, I leveled up this artifact to level 20, and it rolled once more into crit rates. This is a pretty good artifact, honestly. A really good one. It would have been amazing if it was on Emblem, but it's pretty good on Shimenawa too. And then I also leveled this piece to level 20, and it rolled once into crit damage and once more into attack percent. So a very good circle. It has a high amount of stat value. You know, yeah, the crit damage is a little bit low, but honestly, whatever. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines of stat value, and then it's possible an HP percent scaler could use it too, right? So, and then I also have this one, which I've not leveled this to 16 yet, or 20 yet, but I don't think I have the fodder. No, I don't. Oh, well, I could use these, but I already had to use a bunch of those, so I'm not going to use anymore. Lisa's 5-star weapon so far is Kagura's Verity, yeah. Alright, anyways, the logic of putting the EM Goblet on right now in co-op was like, we're going to be having a lot of reactions, like just Guoba-based reactions. Speaking of which, can I farm these today? Nope. Alright, that's fine. I'll farm these tomorrow. Oh, there's no stream tomorrow, by the way. Sorry, ahead of time. I've got birthday dinners planned with family, so can't stream tomorrow. My apologies, but I will have a video out tomorrow. So, anyways, can't level up Xiangling's talents today. That's fine. We'll get the weapon leveled up at least. Alright, let's go. Next daily. Let's do... this is the 3rd day in a row I've had this one over here. We're doing that one last. Freaking God. Oh my God. Okay. I've been considering, by the way, I'm leaning towards, at this point, doing a face cam for those that want to see that. And the reason being is because I've kind of decided I like my balance of, you know, doing occasional edited videos while having a focus on live streaming. Live streaming is just honestly more enjoyable, and particularly for Genshin in general, it's just way easier to make content on Genshin in live streaming. So I think I'm gonna do a face cam eventually, soon, maybe. I have a webcam technically, but it's not set up right now. The biggest downside of doing a face cam for me, honestly, at this point, I've already like rationalized myself that the business rationale or like growth of like streaming, it just makes sense to like have people have a face to see. But I just like don't want to have to look decent when I start to stream. Like, I would just rather be able to like wake up, my hair and face is a mess, and like don't have to care. But anywho, point is, I'll probably actually do a face cam soon, webcam, whatever you call it. I'm not gonna do a face reveal video. That's gonna cringe in my opinion, but anyways, I'll be leaning towards it. Will we get parts of the birthday cake? Nope, because my grandma is a wonderful, like imagine like generic grandmother who just like dotes on you constantly, even when I'm, you know, like, what am I? Man, I am at the age where like I don't actively remember how old I am. Every time I have to be like, what year is it? And then I add, because I was born before the year 2000, which is, it's just weird even having to say that now, but I know a lot of my viewers are not born before the year 2000, but I basically take the current year and then add 4 years to it because I was born in 1996. So I'm like, ah, yes, I am 27 now. It's like, it's just a formula of like, what year is it? Plus the, is it March or later? Plus 4 is my formula for how old I am. I have to do that every single time. I just like, because I'm just like, wait, am I this old? Am I this young? I don't know. So anyways, I'm 27, and my grandmother, she always is like, what do you want for your birthday, like, dessert? And I always am like, I will never turn down a big cookie. So she, for the last many years, always makes me a giant, like, pizza-sized cookie, and it's great. That's all I can say about it. So yes, my grandma's great. And no, I will not share my cookie with you. It's mine. My cookie. Soul's 27. Wow, yeah, I know I'm old as fuck. Not really, but 20s is not old, but honestly, it feels like I don't know. There's something weird, like, I didn't, like, I don't know. I just, like, don't think about my age, but now I'm like 27. I don't feel 27, man. I'm just like, what did I do the last, like, 5 years? How am I 27 years old? How does that math work? Right? Like, there's something weird. I don't know, and I haven't had those thoughts before. Like, you think I would have had those thoughts, like, oh, wow, how am I 25 already? No, it didn't happen when I was 25. Didn't happen when I was 26, but it happened this time. It happened this year when I was like, this year I was like, how am I 27? I don't feel like I'm 27, but I am. Anyways. Oldie fogey. Our cookie. No, it was my cookie. It's my, that wasn't meant to be a pun, but I guess, you know, the joke does work well. Obviously, you guys voted. Again, this is actually part of the topic of tomorrow's video. You guys did vote to allow me to use Kuki Shinobu, which is wonderful. Thank you. We will be leveling up Kuki soon-ish. That'll give us a team. And like I'm not gonna talk about it. I talk about it in tomorrow's video. Watch tomorrow's video. It's gonna be like 5 minutes of tomorrow's video is me talking about some things. So, anyways, yeah, Kuki is allowed. Obviously, we just we're not gonna level her up today because the focus is gonna be Staff of Scarlet Sands, and I think we're just gonna spend our resin on. Which we're not at full resin, which is a little annoying. We'll spend our resin on artifacts, I think, because we kind of just need more fodder to keep on leveling up both some of our existing ones and any new ones. And I want emblem artifacts for Xiangling and for the almighty best character in the game, Xingqiu. So we need them for him as well. You did one temple open for Ali Flasher Bennett and got Dia's weapon. You have Beto, Razor, and Noel. Who do I put it on? Of those three, Beto can probably best use it. Kave could probably use it pretty well, yeah. There's a frog. I don't know why I need that frog so much, but I saw the frog, I wanted the frog. That's my reaction to frogs in real life, by the way. I absolutely, like, I see a frog in real life, I will try to capture it. Not, like, permanently. Not like Genshin, where I'm like, I gotta put this frog in my pockets for eternity. But no, just like, I will try to capture it. I don't know. It's the inner child in me or something. I can't resist the frogs. They're too great. Anyways, what was it saying? I don't remember what I was saying. I got distracted. Oh, Dia's weapon. Yeah, Kave could use Dia's weapon. I think someone asked. I don't even know if I finished saying it. Yes, I do plan on dueling Kave, hopefully, but it's gonna be a big asterisk on whose banner does he show up because I want Baiju. Baiju. Oh my god, I am almost dead. And doing no damage because I have an EM Goblin on Xiangling. God damn it. No, don't kill me. Don't you do it. What was it saying? What was their attack at, by the way? 1300 attack? I mean, oops. You know, I should have known that was going to happen if I went into the menu. Beto skills more tank ability with HP. Yes. it's a good generalist Claymore for any DPS warranted character. The problem is there's just not that many Claymore characters who want it. Like, Diluc is the most obvious user other than Dia herself, of course. Honestly, I don't even like it that much on Dia because of how energy hungry she is, but to be clear, it's good for her. It was made for her, but she's a pain in the arse to build. And having her weapon means like you need quite a lot of ER substance, even with an ER timepiece, which is just a pain in the butt. So, anyways, C3 Nahida trying to get Kaveh. Yeah, that's an example of. I hope they don't do that banner, right? So if they do like Baiju Nahida and Kaveh is on the banner, all the triple Dendro banner next patch, that would be a hard to skip for weapons only, by the way. Because Nahida's weapon, Baiju's weapon, bleh. No, Nahida's weapon is not a good enough support weapon. It's just like okay. So we'd be skipping on that one. But anyways, yeah, I don't want a Nahida constellation. I don't know if it's like Nilou, if Kaveh is on Nilou's banner or something, then maybe, maybe. But, oops, wrong button. But I really don't want Nilou or any more Nahida constellations on my main account. Point being, so it just would be kind of utterly pointless.
One with nature. Adorn my night.
Nice and spicy.
Kaveh Nahida is my dream banner, so I don't have to change Baiju or Nilou. Well, I'm wishing the opposite of you. Yeah, I basically need Kaveh on Baiju's banner. Like if Kaveh is on Baiju's banner, there's a good chance I'm going for multiple copies of Baiju, because I have a guarantee. I'm like 20 from pity, and I have a guarantee for Baiju, which means I very likely won't get even one copy of Kaveh in that amount. So, yeah, that was commissions. How exciting! So, I kind of need to have Kaveh on his banner. Baiju's constellations aren't super valuable. They're weird. They're kind of weird. His C1, Baiju's C1 is a classic. Hey, this character is energy and like really energy hungry at C0, which is like not that you can't make them work. To be clear, just annoying, right? So his C1 is basically just yay, less energy issues, which is annoying. Yelan C1 is similar, but Yelan C1 makes has a heavy amount of overworld utility that I think Yelan C1 justifies its existence, whereas Baiju C1 is literally just like, this constellation exists because we intentionally gave this character meh energy generation and an absurd energy cost. Have fun, haha. Like, screw you, Mihoyo. That's just asshole design. You ass fucking holes. Sorry, you ass fucking holes. Anywho, I don't care if I get demonetized. Mihoyo can go F themselves. Piece of crap company. I don't know. I've been paying for Welkin kind of like almost since I started playing this game. Not on this account, to be clear. This account will remain no monies. But because my logic is like, if I'm basically playing every day anyways, this Welkin is just worth it, right? If you're playing every day, you're just building a bunch of characters anyways. Welkin is worth it.
I'll whip one up in no time.
I think I've decided I don't want to support any of Mihoyo, and I also just want to like play this game in a more healthy way, so I'm just gonna stop playing Welkin. I think the Welkin I have going on my main account ends in like a couple days, so I think I'm not gonna buy any more Welkin. And then on my Polearm account, once Shenhe is here, which that'll be I think around the same time my Welkin runs out. There's just like no reason, because then I'm just saving for future characters at that point, which might not happen for 6 months, so I might have 20,000 free-to-play Primo Gem saved up in Polearms only. So yeah, anywho. Mihoyo is a garbage company, so. Also, with Mihoyo making hot characters garbage. Baiju's not garbage, to be clear. Baiju seems quite good at C0. Right now, as a support character, there's some specifics we don't know until he comes into the live version on how good he's. Thank you, Meow, Taco, and Mika. I'm gonna bounce you guys because I need to claim my stuffs here. Apparently they're burning something alive. Oh, themselves alive. I see. That's normal, I guess. But anywho, I'll gotta claim my strips. Yeah, Baizhu is in right now. My impression of him, and this is first week of beta impressions. Things can change. The most important things I can change about him would be his energy generation. I doubt his energy cost will change. And then his ICD. At present, so ICD is the how much like Xiangling is a broken character because her Q has no ICD, which means it applies every time it hits an enemy. It applies pyro, right? Baizhu currently has no ICD on his burst as well, which makes him probably really strong. But also, because of the fact that he has low Dendro application, he's going to be like a stronger buffer to a team with Dendro on him than like Dendro Traveler or than Yao Yao, right? He's like just a straight upgrade over Yao Yao in the vast majority of teams that you would put them in. But because of the fact that he's like fulfills a similar role as far as making team like reactions go in a relatively similar way to other existing characters, I don't think Baizhu is someone like of vital importance for most people to pull for, but he would be really nice to have. And I want him because I like characters that buff a lot. Baiju's character basic kit, by the way, is a Dendro healer. He applies some Dendro, but nowhere near as much Dendro as Nahida. He applies a decent amount of Dendro. He also technically has a little bit of shielding, but that shielding is basically just meant for like protection from minor instances of damage. It's built to be really fragile and break really easily. But that has to do with specifics of his kit that don't really matter right now. So his shielding basically doesn't matter other than like for doing damage in his burst. It's kind of weird. And protecting you from a small instance of damage. My impression of Baiju's shield is it mostly exists to like protect you against things like Burgeon cores exploding or Nilou Bloom cores exploding. It protects you from a little bit of that damage basically, while also healing you, right? So he's a healer and a shielder, and he buffs the team's Dendro reaction damage, which is blooms or spread aggravate damage, based on like a percentage of his whatever HP he has. So he's a strong buffer, healer, Dendro applier role, all in one character, right? And that means like right now in like my main account, if I'm gonna like swap, if I want to use Nahida on one side and I still need Dendro on the other side, I could use Yao Yao or DMC, but like Nahida is just like almost always objectively better in those teams. Baizhu is going to be someone who's better than those characters for me, but not like he's fulfilling a hugely similar functional role, right? Anywho. I don't think I claimed the rewards. No, I got too busy talking. So, I really like Baizhu. He also has some niche utility in the fact that because he's going to have like consistent but lower Dendro application, he is more useful for the most notable situation to be an aggravate team where you have only one aggravate character. Because aggravate teams, you almost always want an animo unit to swirl. Because the core of aggravate teams tends to be you want to swirl Electro with Viridescent Never for the 40% reduction, right, on VV. And with Nahida, Nahida applies so much freaking Dendro that if you're running one Electro applier, it can basically be an impossible nightmare. I didn't claim the reward still. It can basically be an impossible nightmare to try to consistently swirl Electro. You can do it, but it depends on the situation. It can just be a pain, right? To the degree that you probably just don't bother if you're doing that. You just say, oh well, you don't get swirl, which means the value of your animo unit goes super down and you should use someone else. But if you mostly want to buff electro damage, right, the solution to that usually is just like do like Fischl plus some other electro character, and usually that's enough electro application to keep up electro aura on the enemy to swirl it. But if you're only running one electro, like say I'm only running Yai, right, then it can be hard. And yeah. So Baizhu fulfills the role of having less Dendro application, but still consistent, so we can still enable the quicken up time for aggravates consistently, but does not apply so many units of Dendro that it overtakes the Electro and makes it a pain in the arse to swirl, if that makes sense. So he does have niche utility for like particularly mono Electro aggravate teams, but so I like that. So anyways, did I claim the rewards? I think I did. Good. All right, we'll let a few new people in. Only took me 10 minutes to claim my rewards. Oh boy, this is what happens when I get talking. This is also why I need a webcam, by the way, because I just like wander around and talk for a little bit. Those little segments of me just talking for 5 minutes straight work better if I'm have a camera that you can look at something for. Anywho. Did you stop trying to say so at the start of every sentence yet? Did I say so a lot there? I probably did. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. I don't know. I have noticed in my editing, particularly lately, that I say the word so a lot to begin a sentence. And it's just such a purposeless word, right? It's just like, so, I went to the store the other day. You could just say, I went to the store the other day. And the biggest annoyance is I've noticed it a lot in my typing too. So like, but it's easier to notice in my typing because I can review my typing. Whereas like my speaking, you don't exactly review your speaking before you speak, before the things are spoken most often. So anyways, so yeah, that one was on purpose. Anyways, kind of curious to see how I look like. Imagine someone as ugly as possible, and then hopefully I'm slightly better than that. I don't know. Looks are subjective. If I would have to rate my own looks, I think my nose is too big. I don't like how big my nose is. And I should take better care of my face because like I have periodic acne issues. Not terrible, but like not nearly as bad as many people have acne issues, to be clear. But I should take better care of my face. So there's that. And I have longer hair. Like my hair is like Kaveh length right now, but not like, I don't have it like tied normally. I don't have it like tied in the back like Kaveh, but like Kaveh length hair. Maybe slightly longer actually right now. Haven't really measured it or anything. Anywho, so let's go. Maybe you should just go to the store now and leave my stream. How dare you, Marley? How dare you? Aren't you invigorated by me doing nothing in the game and just talking about future versions of this game? Yeah, Kaveh though. Man, I would love Kaveh for this account particularly, but I hate, one miserable thing about 4 stars in this game, right? And this is probably one of the most annoying things about weapons only, is like new 4 stars only get added to limited character banners. So I can't even get Kaveh until 3.7 at earliest, and I just have to hope for him randomly from the standard banner or weapon banner. That sucks. Because man, Kaveh would be super fun. Kaveh could genuinely actually use the Skyward Pride. But the realistically though, we're just not gonna have Kaveh on this account for like ever. Why? God, I hate weapons only. It's so stupid. Don't do this. It's funny to me reading comments and be like, I started a weapons only account. Like, why? Why would you do this? This is dumb. Don't do this. Anyways, it just is not. This game is fun based on characters, and the weapons are just like, huh, big damage. But like, if you don't have characters use the big damage on, it's just sad. It's just sad to get weapons like Skyward Pride and then be like, oh my god, Kaveh looks super fun. But then, lol, because you don't wish in the limited banner, because that's like the core rule of the account. That's the rule that will never change. We're never going to wish on these banners. I know some people suggest like, oh, you should wish in the limited banners if you get the character's weapon. Like we got Cyno's weapon, so now we can wish on Cyno's banner. Like, no, that defeats the purpose of the account. I'm sorry. So anyways, that's one of the most miserable parts of weapons only is any new 4-star. It's just like, well, I guess we might get them in 4 months. Ugh. Anyways, if you ever need hair care tips, I'm down. Yeah, I probably need more hair care tips. Realistically, I'm very. I just like don't. Like I don't have like all of the fundamental assumptions that anyone who's like grown up with long hair, which is like mostly females, women, right? Weird, because on a social level, more women have long hair than males. So most women have like a lot of base assumptions on how to take care of your longer hair, and I have none of them. So, and I genuinely think just that social aspect. The most annoying thing is, right, despite the fact that like my mom has like stopped pestering me to like cut my hair or anything, and she knows I'm just kind of like sticking with it at least for a while. What am I doing, by the way? I think we're gonna go. Did I do weekly bosses yet? I think I did weekly bosses. I have 3 wishes, by the way. I guess we can use those wishes, but I'm gonna go. Where battle pass? Did I do the weekly glasses? I honestly don't remember. I think I did. I did one? Okay. I guess we'll do 3 runs in a domain, and then we'll go farm... which one did I farm? I think it was Duvall. Yeah, it was probably Duvall, because Duvall you can't do in co-op. Yep, okay. We'll go do the Wolfie. We'll do Wolfie. Wolfie? Wolfie. Where is... There it is. So anyways, yeah, like, if you see, like, I don't... no offense to any guys with long hair. To be clear, I feel like I fall in this category right now. I think most guys with long hair, like, their hair doesn't look great. And I think that's just because of the fact that we don't have, like... no guy who, like, decided to get long hair, not many of them have, like, the knowledge, that like, base level knowledge that's just, like, assumptions of, like, how to base, like, the basics of taking care of longer hair. We just, like, don't have that. Just because it's never taught socially. Like, it just doesn't get taught to boys, right? And therefore, if someone like me, who was never taught that as a kid at all, like, my childhood was like, my mom took us to get a haircut every whatever amount of time, so I always had short hair, and it was like, you take a shower or bath and you use whatever shampoo, and that's it. That's how you take care of your hair as a boy in America most of the time. So, like, it's completely foreign to me on how to take care of longer hair, right? Brace you. You think guys with long hair look way better than girls with long hair? Well, that's good. I prefer long hair on women, and I prefer long hair on me. I am not woman, but I like the feeling of long hair. Is the main reason I like long hair right now. Honestly, that's kind of it. I don't necessarily think it looks better. I think it has the potential to look better, but I like the feeling of it. Is why I stick with it. I don't know. It's weird, but it makes me feel like I'm more, like, attached to reality to have hair that, like, moves. Which is silly, maybe, but... And not that I have to have really long hair for that, but I don't know. The longer my hair gets, the more I like it. So, I don't know. I don't know. But yeah. I don't know. Hopefully, if I have a face cam soon, hopefully people aren't like, ew, this dude looks ugly as frick. I don't think I look beautiful, to be clear. I don't try to look beautiful, so... But, anyways. Yep. It's a huge learning curve to take care of a long hairs guy. Yeah, that's what I figured. And, like, I don't even know where to start, right? And, like, trying to increase my knowledge on it is part of the problem. And, to be clear, when you have that problem with, if you don't know where to start when, like, learning something, just start anywhere. That's what you do. You just start anywhere, and I just haven't started anywhere, which is my bad, to be clear. But. Oh, rip, whoever died. Remember, guys, to kill this boss, you have to not die. Race you. So it won't be like the dream face reveal. Ah, yes. What wasn't the dream face reveal just like everyone was like, wow, this is the most whelming face reveal on the planet? It also was very obvious that Dream was wearing a crap ton of makeup too. In my opinion. I think. I didn't really watch the face reveal, to be clear. I like looked at an image of his face and it looked like it was like a very generic white boy that was wearing makeup. So oh, I'm not used to this downtime of Xiangling's burst. We don't have C4, and we're gonna like never have C4 in this account. That's a little sad. Ow.
I'll finish this job.
Yay, successful. It looked like, I don't know. His skin looked perfect enough that it looked like he's wearing like professionally applied makeup to me. I could be wrong, to be clear, but that's what it looked like to me. That's all. I could be very wrong. I just like whenever I see a guy with a too perfect of a face, I'm like, that looks like makeup. I don't actually have enough knowledge about makeup to be clear, though. I could be very wrong and speaking completely out of my butt. I do that sometimes. This is literally just me speaking from memory from the one image I looked at for like half of a minute, whatever amount of months ago when that was like going around. That's what that memory is from. So, yeah. You just watched your you just watched your video with Kekvin and thought it was your weapons only, and you got sauce. Yeah, I did get sauce. Did you not see the wishing video? I mean, if you're not a regular viewer, I posted a wishing video this week. This is weapons only. I did get sauce, but I also do have sauce on my on my polearm account. So, yeah, I got lucky on polearms only. I did here. Still have not gotten a single early in this count. Right, we've gone to pity 3 times on weapon banner. No earlies. Gone to pity on standard banner. No earlies. So we've done like 260, 270 wishes on this. No, actually like 280, I think, with the beginner banner wishes on this account, and not a single early. We're certainly getting a little bit of bad luck on this account, I'd say, but oh well. Surely it'll happen eventually. Surely. I don't know. I'm leaning towards, by the way, it depends on what the 3.6 banner shake up to be. But I am leaning towards, since we won the staff, I am leaning towards, depending on what the 4 stars are too, but I am leaning towards wishing on the Mist Splitter banner, because Mist Splitter would be kind of fun to have on Kaya, right? Kaya is the one character in this account who probably would prefer a Mist Splitter over a Jade Cutter, right? As far as like a DPS weapon goes. And because Jade Cutter might actually not be coming back for a while now, I'm more inclined to go for a 5-star sword like Mist Splitter, but we'll see. Sauce is SOSS. Staff of Scarlet Sands. SOSS. Sauce. What are we doing? Oh yeah, domains. No, we're not doing Guild of Dreams. We're doing Emblem, everyone's favorite. You're gonna get Blacklift Pole. I don't think there's a reason to. Like polearm users we have, right? We have Xiangling. We have Yaya. We have Yunjin. And we have Toma. 3 of them basically only want to use Fab Lance. And if they're not using Fab Lance, I mean, this lady doesn't really have any good real DPS weapons, so I guess if I wanted to do biggest schmack on Yunjin's skill or something, which should be satisfying, but also like, like I guess then I get Blacklift Pole, right? Like, none of these other characters want Blacklift Pole, basically, because we have a far better option. To be clear, if we need 2 DPS polearm users, then maybe we want Blacklift Pole, but right now we don't have 2 DPS polearm users, so there's no reason to. My splitter would look cool on Kuki as well. Yeah. It's definitely not a very good weapon for Kuki, though. If you're going to do like an aggravate Kuki, you want Freedom Sworn, Kivnash Kajnasu can work fine, or what's Alhatham's weapon, the Light of Foliar, Lo-Fi, that weapon. And what else? We're bringing a level 70 Ningguang. Alright.
An antique is priceless. The happiness it brings lasts for only the moment that you obtain it.
I'm gonna do Bennett. I don't know how well this is gonna go. So anyways, yeah. Mist Splitter and Kuki is like, yeah, drip factor, sure. Yeah, I wouldn't mind testing it or whatever in the future, but
Adventure time.
I very much am a Kuki enjoyer on my main account. Like one of my most enjoyable teams I've made recently is Kuki, Candace, the Nahida, which will be replaced with Baiju, because this is actually an example where Nahida's Dendro application is too much. And then, what's their bucket? Having a stroke. Kazuha. That team is a hybrid Kuki team that gets like good hyper move damage and big aggravate damage. And that you want like something like Freedom Sworn or Light of Foliar. Mist Splitter can be fine, but Mist Splitter is just like okay. Something like Light of Foliar gives an incentive to doing like a hybrid build. I don't know. I really enjoy hybrid builds for some reason because it just is like fun. And it feels like a more interesting way to play with characters, in my opinion. Ow, ow.
Everybody stand back. Let's light it up.
Also, the drip, ow. If you want to see the drip of Light of Foliar on Kuki Shinobu, I can show that on my main account. Light of Foliar I'm sure looks, Mist Splitter I'm sure looks good on Kuki, but Light of Foliar is by far Kuki's best drip weapon in my opinion. So, anyways, I don't regret skipping Light of Foliar on this account to be clear, but it's a weapon we might go for again in the future. I don't know when I'll hit the reruns, maybe. I don't know, maybe. Depends if we get Mist Splitter. If we get Mist Splitter, I don't really care about Light of Foliar that much at all. It still has a very niche passive for weapons only. Bro, I gotta say, we got a not great team going here.
Everybody stand back. I'll protect.
This is the co-op problem again, by the way. Like, I'm not gonna begrudge anyone for just playing the characters they want to play. But, like, this is the co-op problem of, like, it took us 2.5 minutes to clear frickin' Emblem. Like, people should be able to play the characters they want in co-op, and you still have functional teams. Yeah, I should probably keep this, but it's got crit rate attack percentage of 4 line. It could be actually pretty good, but I'm not leveling up right now, is all I'm saying. I should actually maybe keep that Dendro Goblet. It could be useful for like a 4-piece emblem on Yaoyao or something. Gotta double check. I think I might actually have a Dendro damage bonus. Nope, that is actually the first one I got. Okay, no, I got these on someone. So yeah, I remember this one. Yep, there's that one. Okay, yeah, we'll lock this then. But we have a couple of potential Dendro Goblets, but anyways, this could be an on-set Dendro Goblet. Like we do like a 4-piece burst damage emblem on Yaoyao in the future. But we'll see. There's 2 healers in the team. Yeah, Barbara seems to be on more of a DPS oriented. Like Barbara was hitting like 10k charge attacks. Like the reason I did Bennett is because I believe the Bennett buff for the attack that we're giving Kaya, as well as just the higher pyro application to try to get through like the electro shield, would be better than having Xiangling. Well, the Xiangling would probably get through shields faster, clear. But my Xiangling was not doing a lot of damage. I don't know if you noticed in the overworld, so I don't think Xiangling would make this go faster, is my point. Bennett is not here as an additional healer. Bennett is here as Bennett buff and pyro application. You're stressed about 3.6. You hope Nahida will get her rerun. She is like, there's like a 95% chance Nahida gets a rerun. They've not broken that pattern before. I see no reason they're gonna break it now, especially because there is a lot of people that want Nahida right now. So, it would be placed after a patch that has like 3.5 is gonna be one of the lowest selling patches in a long time probably for MiHoYo. Which I think the business reason for that is because they know Nahida's coming back and they want to, like, they actually, I don't think it's them being kind. I think it's a strategic play on their part to take a little bit of an L on this current patch to get more people to spend their wishes next time on the next banner, right? So I think Nahida is almost assuredly rerunning. I would be very, very surprised if Nahida did not get a rerun next patch. My bet for reruns is going to be Nilou, Nahida, and then Baiju's running, of course. He's a new character. And for the last rerun, I would say maybe that could be a really important piece of the account. Could be important. This could be a Yunjin piece, sure. I would say. How do I like your Barbara? It's pretty good. Seeing, not like the craziest DPS Barbara I've seen. That's pretty good. Wander could get a rerun, but I doubt Wander's going to show up. I think it's a little too soon for Wander. I think they'll be saving Wanderer for a little bit. I could easily see them throwing Albedo for a Jade Cutter again, which should be it'd be fine. I wouldn't mind a Jade Cutter. For weapons only specifically, I should say. And then I could see Klee as a random throw-in. I could see who else is there? I'm trying to think who else there is. I don't know. The 4th slot is open, basically. I don't know. I have no idea what the 4th slot is, but Nilou and Baizhu and Nahida are my best for at least those 3 characters. And then Eula, like, I know Eula's like, yeah, she should get a rerun, but also, it's gonna make the patch substantially worse if they rerun Eula. Like whatever banner Eula is with is gonna be a worse weapon banner in particular. And they make money off of weapon banner. That is very clearly obvious as the pattern that Sumeru has showed us. They make bank on weapon banner. That's definitely what the Hu Tao Yelan banner showed us. We don't have exact stats for like how much money was made on the weapon banner specifically. But, I don't know, my anecdotal experience based on how many people I've seen in my community and, like, the wishes I did for people and the wishes I've seen out of, like, my specific community, too, is that Mihoyo probably made a lot of money on the weapon banner with, like, Sakakoma and Aqua, right? So, yeah, I don't know what to say else about, other than, like, I don't know if they want to run Eula because it would create a terrible weapon banner. But I don't know. I could see them running like Eula's weapon and Nilou's weapon together, so I don't know. They could do it. I doubt Kazuha is rerunning. I would be willing to bet Kazuha is not going to rerun. They don't want to they don't want to put too many, like, they'd be running Baizhu, a really good support character. Nahida, a really, really, really good support character that's like, the biggest problem with Nahida is that she's so good that like almost every account, it's like you want her if you want to be able to get the most out of like Dendro teams. Like you probably want Nahida, unless you just really hate Dendro reactions for some reason. You probably want Nahida, and that's her biggest downside. Is she's probably she's one of the characters like almost a must pull. To be clear, you don't have to pull any character in this count because it depends how you enjoy the game. But from a meta perspective, Nahida's kind of a must pull. As far as like the mechanical utility a character gives to the account. As far as like fun goes in playing the combat in this game, Nahida's almost necessary. She and Kazuha, I'd say, are the 2 characters I'd label as almost must pulls. If like the only ones I would even label close to must pulls, right? The vast majority of characters in this game are not. Okay, and maybe a crit piece. You know, I'll take it. Where our emblem pieces are few and far between this account, so literally anything, even if it's coping pieces, is fine. So yeah. The Hu Tao Yelan banner made 5 million more than weapon from Chinese iOS sales, so that says a lot about the weapon banner. Yeah. I don't know if it's specifically the weapon banner though, because like Hu Tao and Yelan are also just like cracked combo, and like Hu Tao hasn't been around for a long time, so there's a lot of new players like me who never had the opportunity to wish on Hu Tao, even though they played for a freaking year, right? And then Yelan is just one of the more cracked supports. Not as must pull as someone like Kazuha or Nahida or whatever, but you know, it's no surprise. That weapon banner was a recipe of them trying to make the highest selling, or sorry, the weapon banner and the character banners were a recipe for them trying to make the highest selling banners they've ever done by far. So, anyways, point is I don't see Kazuha coming back because I don't think they'd do Nahida, Baizhu, and like Baizhu is potentially another very high tier valuable support. I don't think on the tier of Nahida or Kazuha, but I think he's probably on the tier of like Kokomi, if not maybe more valuable than Kokomi because of how strong Dendro is. But anyways, Baiju's biggest downside is just that Dendro is so strong that even characters like Yao Yao and the Dendro Traveler are really strong, that it makes needing Baizhu less relevant, whereas someone like Kokomi is strong because we don't have her relevance is her healing and her Hydra application, right? So, anyways, so whether or not like Kokomi or Baizhu is more valuable is hard to say. Dendro is so strong that it makes the 4-star units stronger. Whereas Hydro is a similar story where any Hydro character has the potential to be very useful and strong, but it depends on the nuances of how they apply Hydro, kind of thing. Raiden is also must pull. I disagree. Raiden is one of those characters, like, I thought was a safe pull to go for my main account, because I was like, hey, this character, big, fancy, do big damage. I didn't care about her character that much when I pulled for her. I pulled for her on her, I think, her first rerun, because I wasn't playing the game when she first ran. So I didn't, like, I wasn't part of, like, the initial community hype around Raiden, right? I pulled her, built her, had fun using her for a bit, and then I kind of stopped using her after not much time, after I got other characters I enjoyed more. And on a mechanical level, I don't enjoy how Raiden works in a lot of ways. Like, I think she's just, like, she's decent. She's a part of a lot of strong teams, to be clear. She's a relatively safe pull, but I have not used her in the Abyss since, like, I had Yelan the first time. So, like, it's been over 6 months since I used Raiden in Abyss on my main account. So, yeah, I don't know. She was a must pull for polearms only, to be clear, for various reasons. But I don't know. I don't think Raiden's a must pull. She has more relevance than she used to be with Dendro reactions, but I don't know. I don't love Raiden, basically. And I haven't used her, haven't felt the need to use her. Right, if you want to do Raiden National, then yeah, you probably want Raiden. That's not a must pull. Especially when National is a team that works very well without Raiden. So, anyways, like, to be clear, I'm nothing against, like, anyone who likes Raiden. I just don't find it that fun. Her burst is fun as, like, a big instance of damage, but, like, she's annoying as frick to build. Like, annoying as to build. And like for a traditional emblem build, like she's not as hard to build as someone like Xiangling or even maybe Xingqiu, in my opinion. Well, no, Xingqiu can use Fav Sword. Xiangling is, I don't know. She's not the hardest to build, to be clear. You can make Raiden completely functional without cracked artifacts, but she's more annoying to build than other characters, in my opinion. To get to that point of getting that really big, satisfying, big damage. And other than that, though, what she offers in a traditional build is her energy refunding mechanic. That's valuable in certain teams, but that's her main support relevance, right? Is her energy refunding. And other than that, it's just like, what does she do? Hyperbloom. Like, Hyperbloom made her much more relevant than she used to be. But what did I go here for? Oh, I was gonna go to level up that artifact. Yeah, Raiden is. I really don't think she's actually that crazily valuable. That's the first energy recharge emblem. Yeah, this is the first ER emblem piece I got. Could it possibly be that our first ER emblem piece is double crit? Could it possibly be? Almost assuredly not. But let's see. Nope. Alright, well, it's sad. We're not going to throw this away, to be clear. An onset emblem piece with one good stat, when it's the only onset emblem ER piece we have. Not bad. Is it good? Will it be thrown away eventually? Yeah, probably, unless it rolls, 35 crit damage. But, yeah. It's an emblem piece. I would have preferred, like, a double crit feather or flower or something. I do have this piece, which is pretty good. But anyways, let's check what this one do. Who knows? Maybe we get a double crit piece today. I should be using this fodder to level up existing artifacts, not these. Oh, EM, huh? I don't know. Do I throw that away? I think I keep that because I don't know. I'll keep it for now. The reason, where did it go? The reason I keep this is because I have Staff of Scarlet Sands on Xiangling, meaning crit rate has because I have 44 crit rate on the weapon at level 90. Crit rate is a bit less priority, but it's still quite nice to have. Like, unless I go over 100% crit rate, it's not a downside. So, it's like a replaceable artifact, but it has 2 good lines, so I don't know, I'll keep it. It's fine. Alright. Only character you regret pulling is Zhongli, because you guys see one in the same pull and it makes me want to cry. You'd rather build Raiden than having to build a whole Dendro reaction team? Why?
I created
A
another
Dendro reaction
for
team
us,
is literally like
for I
you can
to
slap
show
full
and
EM on
possess
someone
it
and then like slap 4-piece Deepwood. Like here, I'll make a Dendro team for you. Put full EM on Kuki. Doesn't even matter what frickin' set. You'll have them, like, even if you don't even have the full set, you can just, a set of, like, Gilded Dreams, just slap whatever EMPs. You'll get them eventually. If you're a newer player, right? Like, they're an inevitability, not something you will never have, because it's just main stat, right? Slap that on Kuki. Slap a bunch of ER and Xingqiu or whatever, right? You don't have to use Xingqiu. You could use someone else, but Xingqiu is, like, the ideal. Slap some ER on Barbara, or Yao doesn't even need that much ER, but still nice to have ER on her to keep up her burst. But, you know, slap some ER on Yao, Dendro Traveler, Kale, whatever Dendro character, you know, keep up their burst, keep up their skill, keep up their Dendro application, right? And then you have a flex slot for whoever you want to be like your on-field. If you really like Kaya on-field, do Kaya because you like Kaya, you can do Kaya, right?
Is there time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in no
So you
time.
can, but it really doesn't matter. He's just there to do whatever you want him to do, and to like freeze, right? But also you can change the team around. You can put Chongyun in there. You can put whoever you want in that flex slot. But there you go. You put full EM on a character. You put some energy recharge on a character to keep up their abilities, and they do damage. So you don't have to faff about with farming for, you know, godly crit pieces that have high amounts of stat value. Instead, you just care about having your elemental mastery main stat and your elemental mastery main stat.
If there's
Like,
nothing better to do, we could go forward
you genuinely think that's harder to do than crit stat? Why am I being surrounded by officials? I'm being attacked by Oz's. Is that officials hold animation? That's interesting. Anywho, so getting EM pieces is rare, but it's an inevitability. It's a main stat. Like, if you are farming, like, for Gilded Dreams, right? If you are farming for Gilded Dreams anyways, like, yes, my resin video on, like, this account is an example of it being a pain in the butt to get, like, full EM main stat if you're really going for full EM main stat of one specific set. But the thing is, we're talking about, like, the damage difference of doing, like, full EM Gilded Dreams versus just doing, like, 2-piece EM, 2-piece EM, or just doing 2-piece Gilded Dreams and 2-piece whatever, of, like, not even caring about set bonuses, is we're talking, like, a loss of, like, 80 EM, maybe, right? Which, does that increase your damage? Yes. Is it going to be the difference maker of,
Is there time
can this team properly clear basically any content in this game? You know, not that, like, it's going to be a perfect team for every single Abyss, because, you know, teams have their downsides. But it'll be strong enough that it won't matter that much. Like, the ceiling, the floor for, like, a Hyperbloom team, the reason Hyperbloom is so strong is because the floor is really high. You just slap full EM, even if it's not full 4-piece Gilded Dreams or 4-piece flop, and you got a competent damage dealing going, right?
flags out?
Like,
Observe.
that's what I was saying. It's an inevitability. Unless you're not farming artifacts, you will have the ability to do full EM on someone. And then just slap ER on someone. And if you don't have the ability to do that, that's probably because you threw away artifacts you shouldn't have thrown away, because you were misinformed by stupid YouTubers that just strongbox for crap and throw away everything that rolls once into attack or ER. Like, because, oh, it didn't roll a crit roll, it's garbage.
Flags fly.
Like building crit characters that need, you know, Kaya. If I want to do Melt Kaya, I need a balance of attack. I need a balance of EM. I need a balance of ER, crit rate, and crit damage. Or you do a full EM on Kuki, where you just care about EM. So would you rather care about 5 stats and trying to do the math on, like, balancing those for an optimal function character in a team? Or stack EM? Which one of those is harder? Like, yes, it can be annoying to get specific EM pieces, and on certain builds when you're going for, like, Hyperbloom Lisa, because Hyperbloom Lisa feels better with her burst, means you want a lot of ER, making it a bit more of a pain
And step
to do like
down.
a hyper bloom on this specific character, right? It can be harder, but it still is like a really low investment team for how much like effort and time you put in. Like I spent 4,000 resin in Gilded Dreams, but you're like, oh, 4,000 resin's a lot. No, it's not. 4,000 resin is like a month. So you get 160. I'm not gonna assume 180. I'm gonna assume you spend 160 resin per day. You might not play every day, to be clear, right? 160 resin per day times 7 days a week, 1,100 resin. I'm just gonna assume you don't play every day. Let's say you skip one of those days and you only get 1,000 resin per week. Well, how many weeks are there in a month? 1,000 resin per week times a month is 4,000 resin. It's a month worth of farming, and I have full EM Gilded Dreams. Yes, one of them is a 4-star. That's losing 40 EM. What do you do? It's not that hard. It's really not. It's a statistical game. It's a matter of inevitability, especially for main stat pieces. When you just care about main stat, it's not that hard to get them. Anyways, I digress at this point. What are we doing?
Dodge this.
I am an hour into the stream, and I think I have done dailies and resin. Oh dear, oh dear. This is going well, this stream.
Freeze.
Is there an artifact I wanted to finish leveling up? What do you want to see level up, chat? This one or this one? Actually, I don't think I have the fodder for it. Yeah, I kind of don't.
Cool it. Dodge this.
Oh, pick one, chat. Do you want to see this circlet or the Gilded Dream circlet level up? This one has 1 crit damage roll, 1 ER roll, 3 EM rolls. This one has 3 ER rolls, 1 crit damage roll, and a bunch of HP. These are the most annoying co-op members you ever had in your stream. Yeah, they are a little bit noisy. Speaking of, thank you, Ruri. Thank you, Chi. Thank you, Kaze. I'm gonna let new peoples in to help with farming.
Freeze.
Our goal, I want people with like Yalans, by the way. You can't, because we're farming fungus, by the way, you cannot use pyro or electro characters, okay? So no pyro, no electro. Yeah, I know you guys were just messing around, and I didn't really care. I honestly don't even notice most of the time, unless it's like characters like Wanderer. Like I said, Wanderer is kind of banned from my co-op because he's too noisy. It's not your guys' fault. It's just Wanderer's fault. Dia? Alright. You're not allowed to use Dia. I'm sorry. Not because her kit is garbage, but because she would make my fungi drop the wrong drops. So. Will they buff Dia? I hope so. I doubt it, but I hope so.
There's nothing better to do. We could go foraging for ingredients.
Wait, you have Yolano? Yeah, but I want to let new people in, so. So yeah, you gotta use not pyro and not electro. Speaking of, I should use not pyro and not electro. Which is basically Kaya. Great, okay. It's fine. Alright, I'm letting y'all switch your characters, and then we go on
Those
hunting.
who sample it many times can appreciate
What am I
its
doing?
true qualities.
Let's do robots first, I suppose, because I was gonna say they're gonna be quicker. I don't know if they're actually gonna be quicker, but the robots, at the very least, that's an annoying spot. I don't have this waypoint apparently. I didn't realize that. The robots are not annoying in the dropping, so you can use your pyro for now. You know what? I'm gonna tell them robots first, then shrooms. You can't use pyro, electro for those. Fios. You kicked me. Your game crashed. That was definitely your fault. 100% definitely not mine. Yep, no, I actually purposely made your game crash. 100%. That's just how I roll. Why is there a quest over there? What is that? I have no idea what that is. I'm not going there. I don't need no more freaking quests, that's for sure. But anyways. Buffing a whole element, Dia specifically needs a buff. Yeah, no, they don't need to buff Pyro. They need to buff Dia. Dia needs her multipliers like the bare minimum is Dia needs her multipliers increased by like 3 times of what they are. Oh, good. Oh, you have an archer. Okay, good. We have an archer. Good, dude. Why does your Yolande do no damage, Ray? There we go. By the way, I think I'm gonna farm I'm waiting on until it's in the game, so we know for sure on how the new artifact functions. But the new artifact set that is being added is trash. To be clear, I think they're kind of garbage. But so the new artifacts, for those that aren't aware, is basically Child's Bow, so the Polar Star on an artifact set for some unforsaken reason. 2-piece Hydro bonus, and then the 4-piece gives you stacks of attack percent and more Hydro bonus based on doing your character's abilities, basically doing normal attacks, charge attacks, burst, and skill, and whatever. Which is a goofy-ass artifact set, and it's particularly weird because it's a Hydro damage-oriented set that has attack percent bonus on it. And they've been making like Hydro characters like Yelan and Candace lately, you know, that are HP scaling rather than Hydro or attack scaling. So I don't know if that means they're gonna like go back to attack scaling Hydro characters in Fontaine or something. It's really weird. That set is garbage. I dislike it. It's not garbage, to be clear. Like, it's an upgrade over like Heart of Depth. It's basically just a power crap Heart of Depth, as far as I can tell, for the most part, for characters that want attack percent and Hydro damage specifically. But, meh. That's basically. Also, this is annoying. Why, man? Dang it. Okay, is there an easy way to zoom up there? No. All right. Right, I guess we're getting this waypoint because I'm going over here anyways. So, anyways. Not another set you need to farm for Barbara. Yeah, basically. It's a Barbara set, exactly. And the other set is a Dia artifact set, and in case you're like, oh my god, a Dia artifact set, does that fix her? No. The artifact set that they very clearly are making for Dia is basically worse than Emblem for Dia, because all it does is it'll give, if you have like a full set of it for Dia, it'll give a C0 Dia. It's slightly better for a C1 Dia, but not that much better. It's still not as good as Emblem. It'll give Dia additional like skill damage on top of elemental burst damage. So like if you have, you know, the basic math is like that the new set for Dia can give 50% with the 4-piece. The 2-piece gives HP. So the 2-piece is relevant for other characters in the Dia, which is nice. It's nice to have another 2-piece HP set in the game, but that's the only that's the real good part about it. But boy, getting up this mountain is a bit of a pain. Let's go this way. The 4-piece, I'm not going to talk about how the passive triggers right now, but basically it can give Dia plus 50% after building up stacks. It can give Dia plus 50% skill damage and plus 50% burst damage, which seems like a lot, right? Except for if you go look at Emblem, and you realize that Dia wants about like 180 ER at minimum, but you probably want 200 to be comfortable anyways, especially if you're doing like a vape Dia with Mona. You probably want 200 ER, so 200 ER on Dia on Emblem gets 50% burst damage anyways. And 2-piece Emblem gives energy recharge, which Dia really wants. Like that 20% ER is really, really valuable on Dia for that 2-piece set. Whereas like particularly a C0, 2-piece HP does nothing for a C0 Dia. Basically nothing. Like it increases their damage very slightly. but that's really not what you need. The priority is definitely ER, so you can actually use her burst at all. So basically, all the new set does is if you had really good artifacts, and you're going to have to get more ER and substats because of the fact that the 2-piece is not ER, right? You're going to need more ER and substats. It's just going to be a pain in the butt to build. But like on top of it, you know, a 4-piece set you need to farm for versus your already good emblem artifacts you might have if you played the game for a while. If you're a new player, maybe you go for it, but it's really still not worth it because emblem is so valuable on different characters. It's not worth it to go for specifically Dia's artifact set. And essentially, because Dia's skill does not contribute a ton of Dia's damage, it's functioning like a 5% at best. It's like 5% overall damage upgrade. But realistically, because of the fact that you're going to need more ER stats, it's like a couple percent better. That's what Dia's artifact set is at current, unless they buff it significantly. The problem is if they buff it too much, like then it suddenly actually becomes a relevant set that's hard to use on on other characters, but could be used on other characters. So anyways, you want HP everything in Ocean Hue Clan Trust. Honestly, if I get Dia on my main account, like a 50-50 loss in the future, then I'm probably gonna do the Ocean Hue Clan AFK build just for the memes, because why not? That's my favorite build of Dia I've seen, because her automatic healing passive with full Ocean Hue Clan can make her an AFK character. Can you actually get up here, Kaya? Thank you. But anyways, use Electro on the mushrooms. It's not worth the time it takes to freaking switch my characters to do Electro on the mushrooms and then switch back off of Electro to, like, no. I hate stupid overworld mechanics like that, because it's just another thing that makes co-op worse in this game. It's like, hey, everyone wants to use their own character in co-op. You can't switch between your own freaking characters in co-op. So, one, even if they're sticking with me, if because everyone likes playing their own characters they like to play, or because Sumeru has crap like I freaking hate so much that like Mihoyo really did this whole thing of making every freaking like mushroom in this freaking, or every puzzle in Sumeru want like Pyro or Electro half the time, but then every character wants mushrooms for drops or weapons. Everything in freaking Sumeru that they released wants freaking mushrooms, which specifically you can't hit them with Electro or Pyro, but then there's puzzles everywhere that want Electro or Pyro. Like, that's just whole design. Like, go yourself, Mihoyo. It's the number one reason I hate exploring Sumeru. It's so stupid. Anyways, and in co-op it's even worse, is my point, because both people like playing the characters like to play, duh, and then on top of that, you can't switch characters. So if I want to switch to do Electro on a freaking mushroom to jump slightly higher, I have to go and wait the freaking time to do my loading thing. And then, but oh, guess what? I'm farming mushrooms today, so I need to switch off of that Electro character so I can make sure I get the right freaking drops. Stupid design. Like, Sumeru is like a really great design region that is hampered by really dumb, clunky things like that. So, point is, no, I'm not going to freaking switch to an Electro character to jump 2 feet higher. It's not worth the time in co-op to switch at all. Not to mention having to... Is this going to turn on? Nope. Not to mention the... Yeah, that's what I thought. Not to mention the I didn't get this waypoint either. What is wrong with me? Oh my god. I thought I got most of the waypoints in Sumeru, but clearly not. My god, I haven't gotten a lot of waypoints in Sumeru. But yeah, anyways. Sumeru... I have not enjoyed exploring. Like, I really, really enjoyed exploring Inazuma. Like, Inazuma is the only area I tried 100%. Because I really enjoyed Inazuma. Inazuma has its own clunkiness and problems, but it doesn't have stupidity like Sumeru does, with wanting Electro and Pyro everywhere, but then also wanting Dendro if you accidentally use Pyro on a mushroom that you needed to jump on, or because the grass got lit on fire. or in wanting like a ranged character at the same time for this stupid crap, and then also punishing you for using Electro and Pyro for farming for drops, for killing enemies, because every freaking character in Sumeru wants mushroom drops. Kaveh, by the way, just a warning, just in case you don't look at leaks. You know, if you are someone who likes to explore around Sumeru, and you're at the point where like, I got enough mushroom drops. I can use my Pyro and Electro characters in Sumeru and kill everything. Guess what? Kave and Baiju both use fungi. Have fun. So, just a warning. I don't need to kill these. Anywho. So yeah, fungi are way better than handguards. I highly disagree for all the literal points I just made, and I'm not going to say it again. Handguards, I think they accidentally made it slightly imbalanced, but like, honestly, I really don't understand why that many people complain about them. Other than the fact that there's just a lot of characters that want to use handguards. Like, there's a lot of Kairagi in the world. The book doesn't lead you to many of them, but you can mark spots on the map where there's a bunch of Kairagi. Like, I needed to farm a whole bunch of them for Raiden, because I underestimated how many I would need for Raiden for some reason. Oh, because I got Engulfing Lightning. Yeah, I remember that happened. On my Poem Only account, I got Engulfing Lightning, so suddenly I went from having enough handguards to not having enough handguards, and it still only took me a couple days to get all the handguards I needed. Like, that, like, it's not that bad. You don't have to deal with, you can't use specific characters for farming. It's so stupid, right? This is a game where they like, hey, pull for the characters you want, and the whole community is like, pull for the characters you want, right? And then Mihoyo really went and made an enemy where the most common drop Sumeru characters and weapons and whatever need is an enemy that makes it so you can't use specific characters against them. It's stupid. It's really freaking stupid. Like, fungi are 5,000 times more annoying, not because the enemies are annoying. Not because, like, the drop rates are annoying. The drop rates are fine. Like, Kairagi are a little bit annoying because the drop rates are meh. But there's enough of them that, I don't know, it's just not that much of a problem. I'm not saying they're the least annoying, to be clear. Kairagi are one of the more annoying because of how many characters need them, but, like, I don't know. They're not as bad as an enemy that literally makes it so you can't use characters you want to use. LOL Link vid. What do you want, Link Kekvin? What is Kekvin asking for? I missed some chat. Give me them drops. Oh, we got a tier 3 drop. Wonderful. Oh my god. This is the day I get punished for not exploring Sumeru. Oh boy. Alright, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. We need to do this eventually. Guess today is a waypoints day on top of a farming day. Actually, Dane is the first character who will need 2 enemy drops. He needs fungi and handguards. What? Yeah, sure. I mean, that would be funny. Dane's Life needing fungi and hand drops. Dane's Life releases in version 6.0, and he needs... What is the most annoying collectibles? I don't think the Cyno Beetles are the most annoying collectibles. Dane's Life would need... I think Violet Grass might be the most annoying, but you can buy Violet Grass. Like 15 of it every 3 weeks. Or sorry, every 3 weeks. Every 3 days. So Violet Grass is actually not that bad because you can just use money to solve your problems. We're definitely not trying to keep Kekvin from realizing that Dia isn't getting buffed. Oh yeah, yeah. Are we talking about the artifact set? I already told him. Ooh, we might be able to sneakily get this Dendroculus. Also, I just went past the waypoint. Whoops. We're not doing the Withering Zones because... Actually, oh wait, there's fungi. Okay, we might do this Withering Zone because there's fungi here. I gotta go get my stamina back. Okay, so we'll do this Withering Zone. And then I'll go back up to the waypoint here. Actually, you know what? You guys can do the Withering Zone for me. I'm gonna get this waypoint.
What's the hurry?
So yeah, Dane's Life will need whatever the most annoying plant in the game is. You know, if beetles are the most annoying plant, it's beetles. And then he'll need fungi drops, and then probably Kairagi drops, because he's going to be the things that people hate the most, clearly. Yes, and he also won't deal damage until Constellation 8. That's true, that's true. Are you really doing normal attack Yoimiya? I mean, if you really want to, yay, Ray. I guess you do you, but like, also, why? Also, that dude still dropped the wrong fungus. Why did he drop the wrong fungus? Why are they dropping the wrong fungus? The freaking corrupted fungi dropped the wrong type of fungus? Oh my god. This just continues the buttholery of Mihoyo. I never noticed that before. Do they really only drop the wrong type of fungus when they're in a withering zone? That's so stupid. What? Did I really run out of the thing right? Oh man, withering zones are... They just feel time wasty, honestly. They're not hard, they're just time wasty. I don't like them personally. Yoimiya and the team? I don't think she did pyro damage to them though. Unless Ray made the mistake. If Ray actually... Ray, did you hit them? Ray, did you hit them with pyro? Just having a pyro character in the team does not make the drops not drop things. And I did not see Yoimiya doing pyro damage. Although now I see you doing... Alright, Ray, if I see you hit a single mushroom with pyro hit, I'm going to kick you. Like, for real. I don't want to spend... I respect the troll, but also if you troll, you will get punished. I don't think it was Ray. They dropped the wrong kind of fungus with Electro and Pyro. That's not what I'm talking about, Cocofish. They normally, yes, when you hit them with Electro or Pyro, they drop that, but I didn't see Ray hit them. That's what I'm saying. I know that Yoimiya is a freaking Pyro character. Good God, guys. Oh my God, like... right, like Ray will not use any pyro here, hopefully. And we'll see what they drop. I didn't see a single pyro hit be used. I saw Ray cast their skill once, but I didn't see them do any normal attacks. So I don't think any pyro or electro actually hit these enemies. Oh, didn't drop anything? I guess we're never gonna know because he didn't drop anything. Well, never mind. Alright. Great. I don't know. If we see another withering stone with mushrooms, let's test. But also, Ray, please stop using. Please just don't use a pyro character. Let's just make our life easier. That's all. There's some mushrooms over here, if I recall, so we may as well get them. I guess we'll never know. But either way, apparently, yeah, those ones didn't drop anything at the end wave, which is annoying. But whatever. Yeah, the other ones though, I didn't see a single pyro hit happen on any of those enemies. And yeah, Ray just said Ray did not do any pyro attacks. Where's the slander coming from? See, that's what I'm saying. I was trying to defend Ray. I didn't see a single thing. And the Cocofish was trying to blame Ray. Like, no, just Yoimiya being in the party doesn't make them drop the wrong drops. So, for some reason, on top of the other pain in the arseness of these things, already restricting you, they made it so freaking withering zones also make them drop the wrong drops. And yes, I get it. There's probably some stupid, dumb lore reason on a mechanical level for, like, characters you need to farm constant drops for a crap ton of, especially if you're like crowning characters. It is a really stupid mechanic. My God, is it stupid. And it just makes exploring Sumeru annoying. Because, like, until Sumeru characters stop being released and characters stop using these drops, you basically don't want to explore Sumeru. You don't want to kill fungus in Sumeru. I didn't hit it in the... My God, Genshin is just doing all the things to me today to just make me rage. Like, anyway, like... F off, Paimon! For real! I hate this mechanic, by the way, of making your screen go dim by, like, 80% brightness. Like, Jesus Christ. Why do I have to skew past... I was not in the border. This is why I need a face cam. That probably would have been a great reaction to see on my face cam. Why? Look! This is not in this area. Oh my God. Oh my God. Just actually kill me. Is it because they're electro and pyro fungi? No, it's not. Any fungi only drops the activated drops if you hit them with Pyro Electro. Like, why do I have to skirt around this area by 5 miles? What the frick, Mihoyo? I was literally standing right here. Like, I couldn't walk this direction. What?
What's the hurry?
An open world game having areas you can't go in for arbitrary quest reasons. Like, if you want to make it so I can't go and get a chest or whatever. You want to lock a chest behind a gadget that I have to unlock through a story quest. Whatever. Don't completely push me away from an area that's literally in the middle of another area. Stupid. God, that was the most annoying thing I've ever experienced. Not ever experienced. This is the most annoying thing I've experienced in this game in a while. The last the last thing that was on that tier of annoying, honestly, just like rage-inducing, was probably Nahita's story quest when I ran into the Nahita story quest by accident on my main account and got stuck in it for 25 minutes. That was by far probably the most rage-inducing thing I've ever had in this game. It made me so mad that I was just like, I was losing my mind through it because like I didn't know how long it was gonna last, and it just like kept on going and going. And like until 3.6 comes out where I have to do the Nahita story quest to unlock the weekly boss, I'm not doing that quest. And honestly, I don't even care if it's the best story quest in the game. I'm gonna skip through it as much. Stop! I know there's a puzzle there. Yeah. Anyways, until there's a like, I don't know. I don't care if Nahita's story quest is the best story quest in the game. I'm boycotting it. I am muting the dialogue, putting on autoplay, and just skipping through it. I'll tab out of that quest because that's what you earned, Mihoyo. You earned me not playing Nahita's story quest, even if it's the best story quest in the game, because you forced me into it for 30 goddamn minutes.
What's the hurry?
Anywho. But yeah, that one was the most rage-inducing because it made me rage after the fact. It baited me into it and be like, ugh. It was just like a normal, ugh, I'm stuck in a story quest for a few minutes. But no, it was, ugh, I'm stuck on a story quest for 30 minutes. Anyways. All that because people kept glitching to get the precious test? Really? Is that really why they expanded the Paimon barrier? Did it not used to be that bad in that spot? And did they genuinely change it because of the fact that some people were getting one chest early? That is so stupid, especially with how pitiful, like absolutely pitiful, the rewards you get from chests are. Like, ooh, 5 Primogems. Wow, 5 Primogems is a lot. That's what is that math? One like 40th of a wish, I think, right?
What's the hurry?
Cool. Sorry, no, I think it's like 1/30th or whatever. I don't care. Doesn't matter. It's like 1/30th or 1/32nd is technically what it is. Wow, 1/32nd of a wish, Mihoyo. Thank you. There's slimes or there's fungi down here. We're gonna kill these fungi. I don't care about the lady, but we do care about the fungi. Like, how generous, Mihoyo. Thank you for the 1/32nd of a wish. I only need to find 32 more chests to get one freaking wish. One wish. One. It is a rant stream. I don't know. Genshin be throwing all the things at me to make me rage. I don't intend for this. I don't intend for this. The game just does it to me.
Do we get frostbite?
Okay. Guys, you can assume, by the way, if we're fighting, I don't know. Unless we happen to run right into enemies that are guarding chests, I'm not going to bother with killing any enemies that aren't the enemies we need to kill. Where's this drop? Why can't I pick it up? Where'd it go? Where is it? I can't see crap. I'm freaking turning off co-op effects again. I can't see shit. Alright. Let's get this waypoint quick while we're here. I'm not going to bother with the underground waypoint right now because it's close enough to this one. Classic. Of course, this is
What's the
can I, oh, good. Thank you. See, there's some things in Sumeru that do really well. To be clear, I wanna not completely rage against the game and rage against it, like Sumeru's stupid fungi. The fungi are my biggest gripe with Sumeru exploration because, particularly as Sumeru has gone on, because of how obvious it is that Sumeru is just, or fungi are just the drops you need for all the Sumeru characters. So like if you're playing right now, when they're releasing Sumeru characters that all need frickin' fungi drops, it's just a nightmare, because it means if you want to explore the new areas that are in the game, and you want not to have to, you just can't use your Electro Pyro characters every time you encounter a mushroom. It's so freaking annoying. But also, some rare occasions you might have to, because there's like some weapons that actually use the other drop. And it's just, why? Do I have a key? I do have a key. Wow, that's convenient. Alright, sure, we'll take the free Primogems. Not really free, but, even these things, when there's only a limited amount of them, they only give you like 1/4 of a wish. Like, ooh, thank you for the 1/4 of a wish, man. Wow, so generous. My good lord. I'm sorry, but like, Tower of Fantasies told me like, they could have a gacha system that like, it feels so much more rewarding, right? Like that tier of chest in Tower of Fantasy gave you a standard wish, right? And like, standard banner is garbage, Mihoyo. And you're even intentionally making characters that go on standard banner that are really bad. So like, why do you care so much about being so freaking stingy about giving these wishes out? Like, why are the standard wishes not in normal, like if you find a luxurious chest, it should give you a standard wish. Like, whoopsie frickity do. Or like the number of luxurious chests in the game, we're talking like, there's probably enough luxurious chests in the game right now with the Shrine of Depths that if they give a standard wish in every chest, it's like maybe one more pity's worth. Whoa, that's a game changer for any account, right? Like, no, it's a freaking standard banner. It's not going to change anyone's account. It's not going to change their wishing habits for how they wish unlimited banners. Like, good God, Mihoyo, be like at least slightly less of a asshole. Weapons actually use the activated ones, I believe. Not all weapons. Not all weapons. This frickin' one doesn't. Why? I don't know. There's no frickin' consistency to it. So I guess we can ascend this. Oh, good lord.
I didn't know you were such a slacker.
Alright, leveled up a little bit, and need a few more. We can get it to level 60 at least. I would like to get it at least to level 70 today, but preferably would actually prefer level 80. But we'll see. I might lose my sanity before that even gets close to happening. Yeah, 1 5-star in 3 years. So generous in the, exactly. Like, whoop-de-doo. I don't understand. Like, standard banner is so bad, and they refuse to actually give any meaningful amount of wishes out. Like, congrats, your reward for getting to AR 60 is 2 standard wishes. Like, what the frick? Like, I'm sorry. For AR 60, for someone that's that loyal of a player, for how much time it takes to get to AR 60, I'm taking a drink of water and I have my hands on the keyboard. Good God, just give them like just give us a like Tower Fantasy, the equivalent of Tower Fantasy. They would just give you like a choice of your standard banner character. Like, why don't they do that? Like, how about just give us a choice of like a standard banner character for AR 60? How cool would that be? That'd be really cool to reach that then. Would it be super, by the time most people reach AR 60, it's not going to be a super meaningful reward. There's a very, very good chance every player, once they reach AR 60, like on a statistical level, will probably have every standard banner character. Maybe not, but like, whoopsie-doo. Like, my God, if I reach AR 60 in like a freaking year from now on my main account, let me pick Dia from a standard picker box or whatever. Like, my God, you can be slightly less stingy and still make money off of your game, Mihoyo. Especially with standard characters and like, whatever. I don't know, it just is weird to me because like, I feel like it would serve their business model more. I don't know why I was going in the desert direction. I feel like it would serve Mihoyo's business model more, because the business model, other than creating like anxiety and FOMO or whatever for wishing constantly, is like in the exploration model is like the little dopamine rush of getting little rewards, and then you can get your dopamine rush of doing a pull on the banner for a character you want, or maybe just a character you're vaguely interested in, right? That's how the beginning of this game goes, right? That's the fundamental loop, is this little blips of dopamine rush. Would it not serve their business model more to give people a slightly higher dopamine rush? Because like after you play this game for a while, I think most people after they've played this game for a while, the dopamine rush of like opening an exquisite chest is non-existent. Right? But like, if you could open a precious chest and it gave you a standard wish, I think I would still have a dopamine rush. I'd be way more invested in exploring around in this game, even with 3 frickin' accounts. If I find a precious chest, or even just a luxurious chest, and it has a standard wish in it, man. Like, and the standard banner's crap. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I genuinely don't get it. It's so weird to me. It feels like it would break nothing of their monetization system, while only potentially serving people to make people fall more in the loop of like the dopamine rush of wishing, right? That's the impression I get from that idea. Then you could get gene cons, you'd be happy that way. Yeah, exactly, right? You could be a AR-60 player, you get a standard selector, like, I don't know, but no. 2 standard wishes, congrats. Enjoy your 1.2% chance between the 2 wishes. Your 1.2% chance. I have to do the Withering Zone to do that, so I don't care. Enjoy your 1.2% chance that you get a 5-star. That's a random, and probably not one you want. Guys, I'm not doing the Withering Zone, please. I'm not doing the Withering Zone.
I'm not done.
I definitely thought I had time to type quick. Thanks, game. You put me in the most freaking annoying spot you could have, I think. Like, if you want to follow along in co-op, if you're in the same area as me, it should target the same enemies as you do in the adventure book, so you can follow along and you don't have to wait for stream delay, guys. Oh, there's fungi here. I didn't even notice there's fungi. Okay, well, after we get the Ruin Drake, we'll test out the fungi quick, but I'm pretty sure the fungi just don't drop the drops. Maybe they do the reverse, maybe if you electrocute them in the Withering Zone, but that's just such a pain in the butt. I don't want to have to do that. Yoink. There's another one over here still. Yeah, actually, you know what? F that Withering Zone. I don't even care. I don't even care. It's not worth it. Don't care. You came from Summoner's War, and there in the beginning, Summons was quite difficult too, but as the game aged, they started to be more generous. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they will be in Genshin too, but like, I don't know. I just don't understand the business logic of not giving people more standard wishes when Standard Banner is not even that good. And they seem to be intentionally trying to continue to make it not that good by adding more Standard Banner characters and intentionally making a new Standard Banner character really bad. Probably because they have her on Standard Banner. Like, I don't know, the only logical explanation for why Dia is as bad as she is because they want you to feel bad when you lose a 50-50. But like, so like, they're actively invested in making Standard Banner worse while also still not even wanting to like, take advantage of it at all in any meaningful way. Thanks for the heal. Am I done? Is it done with the Drakes? I think it's done with the Drakes. Sorry, I'm sure there's more in the world to be clear, but we're just gonna go to the ones it targets because that's easier. You don't need fungi, right? No, you don't. Good. Yeah, you need slime. Yeah, okay. What was I doing? Oh yeah. What are we at? What are we at? Alright, 9 of those. We need... Alright, let's go see if we can craft any of these quick and see where we're at. Yeah, no one is spending money on standard. Yeah, exactly. Like, or if anything, right? Giving more standard wishes, giving, making people feel more excited to get standard wishes could make them more likely to spend money on standard banner, right? Because, like, they're still not gonna spend money often, right? But I don't know. Let's say the situation of like, you go and grind up, like you just go and explore for a bit, and you manage to get like, I don't know, 20 pulls because you just find a ton of luxurious chests, and they all have a standard wish, right? And you get like 20, 30 pulls in a day. Like that's something that's easily doable in Tower Fantasy. And you get like 10 away from pity or something, and your choice is to, you have a disposable income that your choice is to either spend $10 or to get a 10 pull and get a 5-star right now, or spend another couple hours grinding. You might spend another couple hours grinding, but a lot of people, because it's easier to come by them, they feel like they can just save their time. I don't know. I feel like people would be more likely to spend money on standard banner if they gave more wishes. It's just like, it's not of like such a difference maker to anyone's account that, oh my god, it's gonna make people not pull on the limited character banners ever again if you give them 2 more standard wishes. I just don't understand. Don't understand. Oh yeah, I forgot what I was doing. We're gonna craft all these. How many of those we got? We don't need any more of the base ones. How many of these did I get? 5. That's not bad, honestly. Not bad. And then the dust. I don't have any of the lowest level one. I don't have any of these that I've grabbed. Oh, because I haven't farmed them yet. Derp. 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 No. No. Sherlock. You didn't farm them yet. That's why you don't have many. Alright. Fun guy time. So weird looking back at your old polearm vids. The difference from now to then is insane. What difference? Do I talk different or something? I'm curious. I haven't gone back and watched my old polearm vids. I know that people like naturally starting to talk different is just normal in YouTube, but weirdly enough, because of the main thing you might notice is just like I don't know. I feel like I don't talk a lot different. I think I talk different in live streams. Like I'm better at talking in a more consistent volume with live streams now, I think. But for edited videos, like I'm pretty constantly having the issue, and this happens also when I get more relaxed in live streams. When I get more relaxed in live streams, you probably notice when I start talking more relaxed, and it's just because like my energy is running low, my attention span is draining, whatever, after streaming for 4 hours straight or something, right? So I start like going back into like natural speaking patterns of like, where the tendency of like, this is pretty normal for speaking in general for most people, is where like you'll start a sentence like really low, like, today I went to the grocery store, right? That was an exaggerated version, right? Today I went to the grocery store, where you like start loud and then put her off lower. That's a pain in the arse for like content creation, because depending on like what people's volume levels are, it means people might be able to hear what you say at the beginning of your sentence, but not at the end of your sentence. What is it? We gotta do... I don't care. It's a common chest. See, this is a problem, right? Like, this is one of the part of the problem is, like, Mihoyo's dopamine rush of exploring and opening chests works early on in the game, but, like, once you play more in the game, it's terrible. Because, like, I don't feel like it's worth the 1 minute it would take to go and, like, solve this thing. Well, Child might solve it for me, I guess, but I don't feel like it's worth the 1 minute to go and solve this chest, because it only gives 2 primo gems, 1/80 of the wish. It's just like not worth the time. Like, basically, like, so why would you not try like make it better and give more of a dopamine rush? Because that keeps player in the loop of the game and gives players, like experienced players, more to do. I don't, like, keeps them playing your game, keeps them in the cycle of wishing. Like, I don't know. It seems to the Mihoyo's business advantage to make chests not garbage. So, and anyways, point is I don't care. Because 2 Primo Gems not worth.
What's the hurry?
Those slime drops were more worth the time for me than the chest's Primo Gems was. Like, that's how unvaluable it feels to get, like, stuff like common chests. Anyways, Fischl floats in the water. How does Fischl float in the water? I mean, any character can float on water with a proper amount of desync. Solve the chest. Solve the chest puzzle, I mean. And yeah, I know it's a Dendro puzzle. I know that was simple as, like, going and using the stupid thingy and doing charge attacks on the crap. But, like, it's not worth my time. It's 1 minute for 2 Primo Gems. No. Like,
What's the hurry?
if I collect 1 common chest per hour, if I manage to collect 1 common chest per minute, which is not a rate that you do, but you know, it probably averages out honestly to something like that. If you do a bunch of if you're exploring in an area you haven't explored much before, I imagine the rate is probably somewhere around 2 Primo Gems per minute, probably. But it depends on how explored the area you are currently exploring is. But like a rate of like less than a wish per hour of exploring is just terrible. It just feels garbage. Like as a player who's played this game a lot and knows how little of value 1 single wish is. Only thing nice about chests is you can get talent books in them. Yes, there are other materials you can get that are valuable in chests. Honestly, that's the more valid reason to get them. But honestly, anything with puzzles, I don't know why that one dropped that. I think that was just the fungi do have a rare chance, I know, of just dropping the alternate drop, which is annoying, especially in that case where we're giving me the highest tier one that I don't need. But oh well. So yeah, it's just like, especially for the puzzles, right, that take a few minutes that I have to go walk around for, potentially switch my characters around for to solve the puzzle for. It's just like, why? Just like, why? But like, I'll go and take the time to like go and do one that's like, you know, these little challenges I think are worth the time to do because they're easy. I think this one over here is probably the one that's just like enemies packed there. Like, and I'll kill the enemies if I'm like wandering around and I happen to run into it. But like, it's to the point like, a common chest in particular is like, if I'm wandering around and I see a common chest in the distance, I'm not going to go out of my way to go towards that and go and get that chest. They're just not that valuable. So, I don't know. Like, I genuinely think common chests should probably be like 10 Primo Gems. Exquisite chests should probably be 20. Precious should be 40. And luxurious chests should be like 80 or a full wish and should give you a standard wish. That's how I think it should be. Which is, I think, similar to what Tower Fantasy did, right? And Tower Fantasy was, like, way better at just that, like, exploration dopamine rush, in my opinion. It's for, like, the chest loot, to be clear. I think Genshin is more fun to explore because it just is visually way more pretty, and there's more things going on in the Genshin world. I think Genshin is better to explore, to be clear. But the specific, like, dopamine rush of chest exploration and whatever is, I think, better. You'll go, your internet is a little poop right now. Okay, no worries. Thanks, Coco Fish.
Dodge this.
Tower Fantasy is a boring story. Genshin Impact is a boring story. To be clear, there's plenty of individual instances of Genshin having pretty good story. I'd say more often than not, it's more of a miss than it. Why did I use Zhongling brain? Oh, this stupid mechanic. I had Xiangling available, so my brain was like, hey, I have a new character available. I'll use Xiangling. And then it was Pyro. So yeah, Tower Fantasy is a boring story, but you can skip past it. And also, I would argue that Tower Fantasy, like, the worst sin of Genshin's story is that when Genshin's story is bad, it's not bad in like a so bad as good sense. It's bad in just it's like, ugh, this is wasting my time sense. Right? This is just wasting my time. Couldn't find the Dia buff vid. That's because Dia's not gonna be any Dia buff video. Kekvin is just probably some person coping / speculating. I haven't seen any reliable leaks on the leaks. If there's a reliable leak on the leak subreddit, you know, because of people that have like connections with Mihoyo that we hear about a buff, then maybe, yeah. But
Get frostbite.
any video you've seen though, it's probably just some YouTuber talking out of their ass. No offense to that person, but they probably are. Anyways, yeah, the Genshin's biggest sin in its story content, is that it's very meh. A lot of the times, to the degree that just like
What's the hurry?
it's bad and it's just wasting my time bad, and I'm annoyed that I have to be like sitting through it, kind of thing. Especially with multiple accounts, it's so much worse when I have multiple accounts, to be clear. But so I'm a little bit biased, but it's also just like meh in general most of the time. There are exceptions. Sumeru's story is very much a high point and the best this game has ever done for its story. I very much enjoyed the Sumeru story, but there should be a skip button. I'm sorry. So I can skip past the crap I don't care about. Because it's very, very hit or miss.
What's the hurry?
Tower Fantasy is bad in its story. The story that I did, at least, which was not a lot of it. But Tower Fantasy definitely had more of a so bad as good going on. Like the dialogue was just so trash. It was like, really? They just didn't even try. Like, this was like clearly a native Chinese speaker that works for the company, whatever Tower Fantasy's parent company, I don't know the name of the company that makes Tower Fantasy is. You know, that developer had Chinese speakers that also speak English. They're the ones that translated it. That's their translation team. Their localization team was one, like a couple people that speak Chinese and English, but they're native Chinese speakers, and haven't properly used English other than just like for business liaisons or something. That's what Tower Fantasy's dialogue and story felt like, which was enjoyable in its own way, right? That was so bad it's good. Like, at least it didn't feel like I was wasting my time. So I don't know. And it has a skip button, most importantly. That's by far the most important aspect, which I used a lot, to be clear. Like I'm not trying to like sing its praises on like it's always so bad it's good. I loved every minute. Like, no, it wasn't that so bad it's good. It was slightly enjoyable sometimes, but most of the time I just appreciated being able to skip it.
Cryo is always
That's
far
all.
more effective.
Why did I go up here? The slimes are down here.
This is going to get interesting.
Slimes. Fungi. It's boring AF. Sumeru was good and got me invested. Dane's Quest are godsend to lore beaters. Yeah, I agree. So yeah, there's definitely certain quests that are definitely hits in Genshin, but they're very hit or miss. And the annoying part is like you don't know what you're getting when you're going into any Genshin story quest. And I would argue it's more miss than it is hit, which is annoying. So, and that's its biggest sin, is it's just meh. It's meh too often,
How fortunate.
and it wastes the player's time a lot by requiring it for things.
Take flight.
Tower Fantasy is just fan service, that is. That game has no value. I don't know, that game was way, 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 way more fun with friends. Like, I have, like, basically no reason to go play it unless my friends wanted to play it again. If my friends wanted to play it again, I'd be down with, honestly, playing it again. It was fun to play. But as far as, like, playing on my own, it got pretty stale playing on my own. But yeah, that game is fundamentally made to, be way better in co-op. It's obviously made to be MMO in style, so, right, makes sense, I would hope. But, like, I don't know, it's a good illustration of how garbage Genshin's co-op is, in my opinion, but... It's like, hey, you can actually just like explore around the world together in co-op with people rather than just people following you around for reasons, and if they don't follow you around, it feels like garbage. Weird. Weird. Who knew? A co-op mode could a co-op in a game could actually be fun. Weird. How?
Fascinating.
Weird. But yeah, I don't know. As far as fan service goes, I don't know. As far as fan service goes, my thing with like many anime games is they're all like really low quality. Like I can get why some people might like the fan servicey parts of Genshin. You know, like if you're the type that for some reason likes the boob jiggles or something. You know what? Sure. But like, I don't know. Tower Fantasy has like -10 fan service to me because the quality of the game was so much lower on like a visual animation quality level. It's just like, why would you even care about any fan service in this game when the quality is so much lower? I don't know. It's just, yeah. But gameplay wise, as far as like gameplay with friends, 100 times better. But than Genshin. But that's more just because Genshin is just so utter horse garbage in co-op. Just utter horse garbage. It may as well not even have it. Worst part is waiting almost a year for any Conria Abysslore when it's supposed to be the end game. Yeah, I know. This game would be really interesting to play. Genshin would be really interesting to play through in 5 years from now when the story is presumably mostly complete. Presumably. I feel like I might if I had done that, like if I had played this game, 5 years from now, just like because I want the story aspect, I think I would have probably dropped it though, because it'd been like there's just too much of it. But I don't know if they can maintain the quality they maintained. They made the bar of quality that they've set up for. I think I have to go below. For like the Sumeru quest, they maintain that bar of quality. I am very interested in future Archon and Dane's Life and associated quests. And I've heard they did things like Golden Slumber well as well, to be clear, right? So I'm optimistic about the future of Genshin's story quality, but it's very time intensive regardless. And that's the biggest problem. I want to skip on. Mihoyo knows people have multiple accounts. They have created a model that basically encourages people to have multiple accounts. That's all the book leads us to. So stop being assholes and add a skip button. Now that they advertised Dane was there for 5 minutes was a letdown. You're giving me spoilers. I haven't done the Dane. That's fine. Dane was really only present for 5 minutes. That's really funny. That's sad. They definitely, that definitely feels like a little bit of false advertisement if they literally advertise it. Like, oh no, it's the yearly Dane's Life quest, and he shows up for 2 minutes. That's hilarious. I respect the balls on honestly to do that though. I don't know. I haven't experienced the story, so I can't rate the current Dane quests at all. I don't necessarily personally need Dane to be there for all of it. I don't care that much about specifically him. Notice how every update the story doubles in length. Fontaine, 30-hour story quest. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. Before I craft any, do I have enough? Pants. I do. Nice. Alright, there we go. Get it to level 60. Alright, so let's see. Now, the amount of farming we have done to get it to level what's your tax? Oh, you have a yeah, never mind. The amount of farming we've done, what am I doing?
I got a new letter from him.
To get this to level 60.
The situation has changed again.
How much more do we need to get it to 70? Not much more, I think, to get it to 70. Because we just need a few more of these. And then a few more fungi drops. I don't know how realistic getting it to 80 will be, though. So, anyways, we'll get it to 70 at least. Let's do it. Craft all these. And already crafted the other thing, so don't need anything else. Alright. Who is Sapphire saying hello to? Oh, to Star. Hello, Star. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. What did I need? So, weapons, enhance. Alright, got plenty of those. Good. I probably don't have enough for the next tier, but that's fine. So, let's go jump in,
Seems all the other
whose
night
world
have
should I join? Whose world should we join? I'm gonna join one of these threes. And if one of them wants to give their UID out for other people to join, that's up to them. Whoever says first, I'm going to join your world. Or whoever leaves first. Whoever leaves first.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Oh, Ray draws for me. Oh yeah, I forgot. You know what? Ray is first. I forgot.
I didn't know you were such a
I forgot. I'm sorry.
Only those who sample it
Ray deserves. Ray has earned it. If we need more drops, I'll join you. Amen, though, or amen, amen, amen. I don't know. I'm Christian, and I don't know how to say it. Did I say I'm Christian? I was Christian. I am not Christian anymore. I am not religious. I practice no religion. I was Christian. The past tense is very important there. But yeah, I don't know. I think amen is normally what people in church use, I believe. But I definitely have also heard people say amen. So I don't know. Can I click on things? There we go. Ray, you know what, Ray? I'll even give you a friend request. Ray has made me some great fan art. Multiple pieces of great fan art. One of which I don't have ready to show on stream, but it's in the Discord if you want to see it. It's in my Discord, link in the description. Oh, world level. Shoot. Well, rip. Sorry, Ray. I just noticed the world level thing. I forgot world level is a thing. That's sad. We're almost to the point, I think, because world level 7 is at AR50, right? So we're almost at the point where that's not really a problem.
Come on, let's get moving.
Unfortunately, oh, thank you, Len, for the 250. Happy late birthday. Yours is tomorrow. Wow. Congrats. Well, unfortunately, Len, I will not be streaming on your birthday, but I hope you have a great birthday. And, yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it. If I draw you again, I can get the honor of my world being robbed. Exactly. We can rob. I will give you the privilege of me robbing you of all of your earthly possessions.
I didn't know you were such
If
a
you make fan
psycho.
art. Yeah, draw to win now. Exactly. Well, there are many. It's draw to win. It's draw to win now. I mean, there are many methods to get on the weapons only friends list. You can draw fan art. You can pay me money. But I just have to be picky with it because I don't want to let people on the friends list that are, weird. How weird, right? Anyways, I guess we're doing random co-op. This should be fun. Let's go. There's a lot of we're in EU, right? So there's a lot of non-English speakers, but I'm not gonna join AR21 people because that would seem. Oh god, we're gonna have a problem, right? We're gonna end up joining. Look at all these really low AR people. I would kind of like to. I wouldn't mind like going and helping them out or something, but like, it's a problem of like there's a good chance they're like me and they don't have like all the Sumeru waypoints open. But you know what? Whatever. We're just gonna try it. This person already has. Actually, I don't want to join them because. So anyway, I don't know. How do we do this? Frick. How do we do this? Is anyone in watching around now? Are they world levels? Are you world level 7 or world level 6? Because if you're world level 7, you can lower your world level. because this would be much easier to do in people, with people who are lower AR. Is there, who's on my friends list that are lower AR? Mika, are you lower friend? I hit the wrong button again. Umbreon's 55. We're level 8. Yep, no, can't. Mika, Mika, I can do yours. All right, wonderful. Mika, are you able to lower your world level? You don't have to if you don't want to. Mika, are you able to lower world level? Don't have to. Oh, okay. Thanks. There we go. All right, we'll go to Mika's world real quick. When Soul starts using a cam, I'm sure fan art's going to be easier. Maybe. Maybe. Mika. Request to join. Wonderful. House of this world is busy. They're probably loading back in. And now we wait for loading. You have an alternate account with that world level, but it's probably better to give that opportunity to someone. No worries. We'll probably join your world in the future, Ray. Probably. No promises. I'm sure I'll want to use you guys to farm more in the future. This is almost assuredly not the first time this is going to happen. Almost assuredly. Honestly, at some point, we got to do it for Spectres too. It's just, I don't have that much use out of leveling Aqua Simulacra up a lot right now. So, I'm not super invested in getting Spectres, basically. But, anyways, I should. And also, oh crap, you know what I just remembered? You know who needs Spectres? Oh, that's the worst part about Kuki, that's for dang sure. Alright then. They're not as bad as they used to be, but they're definitely still annoying to farm. Alright. Mostly because the Spectres are in, like, annoying locations, right? So, yay, at least Nakubeat is easy. Well, kind of. I don't have the Seirai Island quest done, so that's going to be annoying too. But anyways, whatever. Yay, Spectres, Spectres, yay, Spectres. Alright, if anyone else wants to join Mika, it is up to Mika. I recommend to keep the chat English if possible. I mean, I don't really care. I'm obviously not going to be able to read it if it's English, to be clear. But I don't personally care if people start talking in not English. I guess we do... Oh, Mika's just going to give out their UID. Alright. Well, there's Mika's UID if anyone wants it. Snake is so much worse even at low AR. Yeah, I know. That Snake's not gonna be fun, but it's fine. It's fine. We'll survive. We're not farming for Kuki right now. It's fine. We're farming for a weapon, and then I'll probably work on Kuki a little bit. I'll probably just try to like farm like one boss drop a day kind of thing, over the next week or so, at least. As far as like Kuki's overall design and functionality, she's probably my favorite 4-star, honestly. Her biggest downside though is definitely, especially for us being that we might never get it, is definitely that you definitely want her C2, but it's fine because my intention, also C1 is not great, but C1 is actually kind of useful in a sense because it helps you. If you only have Caesar or C1 Kuki for Hyper Bloom, as long as you have a little bit ER, can help you fill in a little bit of downtime in Kuki's ability to trigger Hyper Blooms. Otherwise, she has 3 seconds of downtime in her skill. But anyways, Thundering Fury, my point is, can actually be a really good option, like full EM Thundering Fury for a Hyper Bloom Kuki. Kind of can fix the downside. You have to leave her on field a little bit, but even if you don't leave her on field, like you can literally just like swap to her very briefly and get like at least a 2-second reduction on Kuki's cooldown, and then you only have 1 second of downtime, and that's fine, basically, right? On Kuki's skill, so that's what my intention would be in the future to do on Kuki. It's full EM 4-piece Thundering Fury. ideally with some crit stats so she can get some decent aggravate damage too. That's kind of what my build is on my mana count for Kuki. But it'll take some time to get there, that's for sure. Can't justify farming for Thunder Fury right now. Alright, let's go farm some thingies. I think I gotta take this one. The ultimate German character? Who's the ultimate German character? Oh, is everyone here German? I see, I see. You'll get Kuki one day. You don't have Kuki? That's sad, Sylveon. That is sad. You just need full EM, Gilded, and Deepwood, please game. I mean, just keep on farming it. It's a valuable set to keep on farming for... It's an emblem to your domain, so... maybe not quite on the tier's emblem, but... it's definitely... It's probably only second to emblem, basically, as far as resin value goes. So many artifacts can have different values to many different characters in both sets, both as DPS pieces and as the support pieces for like Deepwood, or even Gilded Dreams can work as a support set too, the right character. But yeah, and also don't forget Safrina. Forced if you need the 4-piece sets for EM bonuses for whatever reason. Remember 4-stars exist, so it can be painful to get full EM, but if you look at the 4-stars, it probably isn't going to be as painful as you think. So, yeah. And if you have like one 4-star circlet like I have on our Lisa on this account, you're only losing like 30, what is it? It's 187 Elemental Mastery versus 139. So you're losing 48. Right, 48 Elemental Mastery, which is like 2 high rolls of EM and substats. Right, on your flower and your feather. It's really not the end of the world to use a 4-star piece. So, the EM pieces are something that will just happen eventually.
Take it easy.
They can be annoying because of how important they are on certain builds, but
What's the hurry?
honestly, like full EM Gilded Dreams is less important. Full EM Deepwood it can kind of be more important, but it depends on the character. Like, really the only character that would really want full EM Gilded Dreams is Nahida. But she can also very much get away with not full EM Gilded Dreams. Like, it'd be fine. You can put a crit circle on Nahida and it's going to increase her skill damage, right? Like, Nahida's skills often crit and EM so well that, like, you can do both. The main reason to do EM on Nahida is... I don't know why I went up here. The only reason to do EM circlet instead of crit on Nahida is because you want to maximize her burst, her passive that gives her the extra whatever 25% of the Elemental Mastery of the highest character's EM in the party. So, you know, but like, and if you're in a situation where, like, say you're using like Nahida with Kazuha in the party, right? And Kazuha has like 900 to 1,000 EM. Well, guess what? If your Kazuha has 900 to 1,000 EM, you don't need 1,000 EM on Nahida. Then you can just put a crit circle on, right? So even she doesn't really need full EM Deepwood, right? But and then full EM Gilded Dreams, like, it's not that annoying. The most annoying set in this game, in my opinion, as far as full EM goes, is definitely Viridescent Veer and Ever, because that's the one, like, certain characters like Kazuha, you really want like your EM Goblet or Circlet. Oh, I'm in someone else's world. That's funny. Whoops, my brain was herper-derping. Official's the ultimate broken German character with her eternal naked land. Is that really what she says? Is Official's made up BS naked land? You need to pull and you can't, so you'll have to wait 38 days or more. Someone help you. I mean, I got nothing to say other than just don't pull. I'm sorry. Like, it'll be good for you to break the. It'll probably be good for you to break the desire of having to pull for characters constantly. That's all I can say. So, best of luck in resisting the urge. But your playstyle of this game will be healthier if you lose the desire to pull constantly. Vera Venener? Vera Never EM? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I hated how much... I don't know. I don't think I had to spend an insane amount of EM to get full EM on Viridescent on my main account, but I haven't bothered with like trying to like I could probably my Kaza has I think 960 EM, and it wouldn't be that hard for me to get him to 1000 EM. I just don't feel like it. It's just not worth doing. I might eventually do the strongbox or something, but eh. I mean, sure. Let's test out quick. Let's see what drops these drop. I'm like 90% sure these are gonna drop, not the drops we want. They didn't drop anything. Never mind. That's the same thing basically. Or they just dropped nothing. All right, weird. Oh, again, tried to pick up something that wasn't my world. Let's go over here. You hate listening to her German. She tries to call it the Eternal Nightland, but it just sounds like naked. That's hilarious. I wonder if that's on purpose. I hope it's on purpose. If it is, that's really great. Honestly, 10 out of 10 if that's on purpose. 6 months of not pulling and waiting for Shenhe, and you no longer want to pull anymore. See, exactly. It might be even long enough time for you to rationalize that, you know what, going for Shenhe constellations is not worth doing. Honestly, Shenhe's C1 it might be worth if you really want to actually use Shenhe, because the main reason to get C1 Shenhe on top of just helping with ER issues is because I believe Shenhe has a passive that she gives either bonus normal charge attack damage if you do her hold ability, or she gives bonus elemental skill and burst damage if you do her tap on her skill, right? And there's different durations for each of them. I keep on trying to open their chests. Dang it. Oh my god, why can't you just explore together? It's so stupid. I don't know. Genshin should do it the Tower Fantasy way. It's really dumb that you can't just like explore the same things and open the same things together. Like, they just need to make it so like if I open this chest here, that chest is opened in my world. There you go. There you go. Problem solved. I don't know. Would it really be that hard for them to program that? It might take make loading times take slightly longer or something. I don't know. Anyways, so yeah. Zyok should be a Fontaine voice actor. His French is immaculate. That would be funny. I think it'd be a little off-putting though. His voice is a bit too recognizable, methinks. Sino is pronounced Kino. Candace is pronounced Kandake. What's new? They mispronounce a lot of things. It's not mispronunciation, it's the localization team making an active decision to do that. It's the same thing with Tignari versus Tainari. I heavily disagree with their I keep on trying to do the chests, man. Oh man, the habits in this game of just like the brain is just hardcore wired me. Like, oh, chest unlocked, chest sound, gotta go automatically press F key a bunch of times. So anyways, I was saying,
Take it easy.
I don't remember. Don't remember what I was saying. Doesn't matter. Whatever. Whatever.
Here comes the cash. Quietly now. Busted.
You plan on a no-wish account. Just watching the massive amount of primos keeps me motivated and I'll see your carefully plans for the account to make me not wish, but so far you're taking a break. I mean, I don't know. If I was making a no-wish account, it'd be like, I don't know. It'd be no fun to not wish at all, in my opinion. But I would like a no-wish for like a year account would be kind of interesting. Just as a like, here is particularly if it's an account like you actively like played on. Here's how many wishes you can get if you like played every single event, did like most of your dailies for a year, right? Did most of your dailies for a year. Realistically, I'm not gonna expect anyone to like do it fully for a year, right? But did most of your dailies for a year, did every single like of the main events all the year, you know, did obviously some story, whatever, progressed the account normally. What how many Primo Gems do you have at the end of the year? My guess is like probably somewhere around 100 to 150k. That might be an overestimate. I don't know. There's one dude down here, by the way. But yeah, I imagine it'd get really boring quickly, so I don't plan to do that anytime soon, to be clear. Fortunately, this game is made to make you wish, because you kind of gotta do that to get some characters. There's a guy you've seen that's made an account, isn't wishing until they can guarantee a C6. They still do standard wishes, and it's a pretty interesting watch how many they're getting. C6 of a limited character? That's a really weird qualifier, because it would literally take a year to do that, basically. If it's free to play, at least. Because the reason being, to guarantee getting a C6, you know, you should get early, so realistically it shouldn't take this many, but it's 150 times 7, right? So it's, what is that? It's 1,050 wishes. 1,050 wishes is the theoretical maximum. Well, okay, not the theoretical maximum. The theoretical maximum is obviously 90 times, or 180 times 7, but realistically it should definitely not take, you know, 1,050 even, so there's no point to even consider. But yes, it could technically take more than 1,050, but for simplicity, I'm just doing 150 wishes per guaranteed 5-star, right? So that would mean they're not wishing until they get like I don't know. Realistically, like on a statistical level, you would expect it to average out more towards the 600 to 700 end.
Come on, let's get moving.
But still, that's a lot of wishes. Like if it's a free-to-play account, they have to save for like quite literally
You must prepare for hardship.
at least 6 months. At least 6 months to a year. I don't know. That's basically the same thing I mentioned, where you basically don't wish until a year. Your Ursha just pulled Nahida and save until Rheindoter? I have no idea who that character is. / Alice is strong. I do know who Alice is. You save for Kazuo for almost 6 months and it's felt so good when you spent it. Yeah. What you mean? Oh, let's see. Xiangling, weapons, enhance. There we go. Get that. Wonderful. Level 70. And we're almost out of crap. Alright. Oh, Wanderer sounds. How good. Yay. Alright, let's go see how many of these we can craft real quick. And then the fungi shouldn't be too bad. You're on a plane right now from Turkey to Iraq? It's crazy. Why are you going to Iraq? Out of curiosity. Family or something? Rheindotir is Albedo's master in the lore. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Let's see. Okay, can we craft any... One. Okay, well, how about more than one? We can craft 5. That is not going to be enough, I don't think. I don't remember how many we needed, but I don't think that's enough. I'll double check, though. I think I needed 18, if I recall. And then this crap, we can make 4 more of these. That's actually not too bad. Where am I blind? Jiangling. Enhance. Need 4 more of these and only 2 more. Okay, that's not too bad. Alright. Yeah, we'll be able to get it to 80 then. Alright, let's do it. If anyone... Oh my god, actually... Never mind. We are not getting it to 80 today. It requires 55,000 Mora. I have 46,000. Alright, then never mind. I didn't expect to hit that. Whoops. Alright. Yay, more issues. That's great. Alright, I guess we're not farming anymore. That's fine, I suppose. I don't know. Shuttling stats, 92 crit rate. It's a little high, but it's fine. We don't really have a good crit damage circlet to use, but we'll put a crit damage circlet on her eventually.
I didn't know you were such a
Um,
slacker.
So yeah. Well then. No more. Okay. Okay. Now this game. Clearly, I should just buy the battle pass and solve that. But no, I'm joking. I'm not gonna buy anything. But I don't know. The more issues are very intentional. They make you. I don't know. It's a little bit of asshole design in my opinion. To not have enough more to do stuff. But it's just another one of those things in this game. It's all the little things in this game that pile up to make you want to spend a little bit of money. Because as soon as they break that barrier for you, spending a little bit of money, it vastly increases the chance that you're going to spend much more money. Either because you constantly start buying things like the Battle Pass or Welkin, or because, you know, now the barrier to entry for, you know, buying a top-up is much lower because you've already spent money on the game, right? So that's what that's designed to do. Anyways, I didn't read your question. What? Sorry. Could I look at your Lisa build? Is that what you said? So I want to ask you to look at my Lisa build. Oh my god, why is this broken? Alright. Sure, I'll look at it. Whoops. Show you here. Yeah, sorry, I tend to ignore this chat a little bit. I can't really tell whether you're talking to me or talking to them unless it's too hard to pay attention to two chats. So anyways. You buy Welkin and BP over time. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not worth it, like on a monetary level. Particularly if you have the psychological ability, I don't know how else to describe it, to only buy Welkin and Battle Pass, and as long as you're like constant, like I have no reason to buy Battle Pass on like any of my accounts. I mean, I would on this account honestly, but I'm not going to. But like on my other two accounts, I have no reason to buy Battle Pass anymore because the rate at which I get characters, like if you're constantly building enough new characters, the resources from the Battle Pass are actually worth it on a monetary level in my opinion, just to like save you the time. It lets you build more characters basically, in a shorter amount of time. So like I think it's worth it, but I also want people to exercise caution because the reason it exists and the reason it is valuable at all with Welkin and that is just to feed back into the monetization system of trying to break that barrier to make it more likely that, you know, you're just gonna, oh frick me, I clicked on it so it's gonna pop up the payment screen, to make it more likely that, you know, you go and buy this one because, you know, you lose your 50-50 and you're just like, F it, I have $100 in birthday, Christmas money, or you just have $100 of disposable income because you're a working adult and you're just like, F it, I want this thing, I buy the thing I want, I don't care, it's $100, what the heck, I can survive without it. That was my mentality. And that's what it's designed to do. It's meant to break that barrier, right? Whereas if you never buy the Battle Pass or Welkin at all, the chances of you, like, being willing to buy this at all is really low. Like, how many players do you think buy one of these without buying the Battle Pass or Welkin? Right? So, and that's what it's designed to do. It's designed to be valuable to break that barrier of spending money, right? So, anyways, yeah, that's what I would say exercise caution if you're like considering buying the Battle Pass. It's designed to make it more likely for you to spend money. But if you can have the like mental fortitude to be like, I am willing to buy the Battle Pass and I am never going to spend money on a top-up, I think you get a lot of value out of it. Potentially. It's potentially worth it. As long as you're still building characters. I wouldn't buy the Battle Pass if you're not actively building characters. It's pointless, but if you're not actively building a bunch of characters, so like I have zero reason to buy it anymore on my main account, basically, and my Poem account. So anyway, let's look at Mika's Lisa. Level 90 Lisa, alright. You got 2 level 90 characters already. I don't know if these are your only level 90 characters, Mika. Lisa is potentially worth the level 90, but the only reason I'm saying this is because level 90 characters is really expensive, and because you're AR-53 on this account, I'm assuming you probably don't have a ton of other characters leveled up, And like the amount of like heroes wits in particular that and like Mora and whatever it takes to level like Kokomi in particular was one I'd say it's not worth the level to 90. Unless you're using her for Dendro reactions. Like I leveled Kokomi to 90 after I started using her in Nilu's team because I found there's lots of situations that I was using Nilu and Kokomi together where I was using Kokomi to be the one that was triggering Dendro cores. So I wanted her level 90. But like outside of that use case, Kokomi is not super worth the level 90 in my opinion. Not worth less, but not super worth. So my only like word of caution is that for future characters you're building is particularly since you're AR-53, which implies to me that you are newer. It's not super valuable to level a lot of characters to 90. There are some characters it is valuable to level 90 because they can get a meaningful damage upgrade. Like say if you're using Lisa for Dendro reactions, if you're doing Aggravate Lisa, right? It can be very worth it to level 90 because the base scaling of Aggravate reactions or Bloom reaction goes up really a lot from 80 to 90. But like a character like Raiden, if you're using Hyper Bloom Raiden, that base scaling is worth it. But if you're not doing Hyper Bloom Raiden, if you're doing like a traditional build of Raiden, like your Raiden seems to be, it's not worth the level 90, right? So, anyways, that's my point. I just advise caution because I think a lot of people waste resources leveling characters to 90 when it's not worth it. Because if you're not that informed about it, people just like waste a lot of resources on it because they like a character and they want to get a character to max level, right? Why would you not do it? But the actual way this game works is on mini characters, it's nearly pointless to do that. And overall, I think it's a good thing that new characters are taking more advantage out of being leveled to 90, to be clear. But it also just makes it more complicated to make recommendations on leveling to 90 or not. So, anyways, point is your resources weren't wasted. Kokomi is someone that makes sense to level to 90 eventually because of increasing her healing ability at the very least, and they increase her ability to be used with something weird like Kaveh is coming out, where Kaveh can be a discount Nilu that can immediately cause Dendro cores to explode with the skill. So you could do some kind of team where they use Kokomi with full EM to trigger cores, and then it could be very valuable to have her at 90. Plus, just increasing her healing might be valuable to you. But Lisa, valuable because of Dendro damage, right? Or the Dendro reaction scaling, right? But, so these weren't like bad choices, to be clear. I'm just using this as an example to advise caution whether or not it specifically applies to you. So, anyways. Yeah, swirl damage does increase with level 90 as well, although not to an extent. Like if you're like talking like Kazuha swirl damage, Kazuha has so much like stuff in his kit that gives bonus damage when he swirls in general. Like he does bonus elemental damage based on his EM, of whatever type he swirled. Like, yes, you get a damage upgrade from level 90, but like, is it really worth the resources? I don't know. Swirl damage can be worth it, particularly in certain like teams and team configurations. But anyways, let's look at your actual build. So 16 attack, you're on Wizard. That makes sense. Level 90 Wizard, 2 attack, 2 ER. So you're going for a balanced build. You got a good amount of EM. I'm guessing.
Seems all the other knights
An EM timepiece is. I'm trying to guess whether or not you have an EM timepiece or not right now. An EM timepiece is 187 EM. So no, this is substats. You did not have an EM. Okay, so yeah, you actually have 196 EM in substats. So I'm gonna say one thing: you probably know pretty decently how to balance your characters, just based on the fact that you have like 2-piece Glad, 2-piece ER. And the only like real critique I can say is like you probably would want more crit rate, but you know that's a problem that hopefully can just be improved in the future. I'm guessing you're using a crit rate circlet and you're just lacking a little bit in crit rate substats. Yeah, that's what I figured. This is a really good circlet though. Holy crap. Really good. So the reason this is really good, it's only got 3 dead stats, right? So you got 4 rolls of crit damage, a little bit of low rolls, but 4 crit damage rolls, 2 ER rolls, 6 valuable stats on here. That's really, really good. Especially ER on emblem, it's great, right? So I don't know if your Lisa's made to maximize her burst damage. If your Lisa's made to maximize her burst damage, you should probably do 4-piece emblem and spec a little bit more into ER substats, rather than like your crit damage stats, in my opinion. But like you can do a capable burst DPS aggravate Lisa if you like swap to a Fab Codex, right? Suddenly you have like 180 ER with a Fab Codex. Your crit rate is giving you a ton of extra particles. I guess you're sacrificing the crit damage, but you know you'll get less big numbers, but you'll get more consistency out of the burst. So I don't know how consistent your I don't know how good your ER is, right? The problem with Lisa is she doesn't really generate her own energy because her skill is ugh. And I'm guessing based on the fact that you leveled it, you're probably more invested in doing like a nuke on Lisa's skill because it has a really high multiplier, which is fine. It's a fun way to use Lisa for sure. But anyways, so point is just there's different things you can do with Lisa. You can go burst oriented. You seem to be more balancing around having her burst quite often, but also just getting big damage from her skill is my guess what your build goal is. So it looks like a pretty well balanced build, other than just needing more crit rate. Is kind of all I can say. But yeah, if you want to move more towards burst damage, you probably would do 4-piece emblem and maybe even consider an energy recharge weapon like Fab Codex to keep the consistency on burst damage. But depends what you want to use it for. So if you like her for her skill specifically, then obviously 4-piece emblem probably not best. But anyways, also that just reminds me, I never finished talking about the freaking DR artifacts. Really, I want to finish talking about that. So the DR artifacts are bad for Dia, basically. Like basically no one should actually farm those, because it's not good enough to justify going for. But I plan to farm it, because of one specific thing. But I'll talk about that in a second. All right, flower, pretty good. Obviously, yeah, this is like one if you can get one with crit rate on it, and hopefully that'll happen eventually, just because it's a gladiator piece, right? So. Definitely want some crit rate on that. This is a really good piece. You ain't replacing this piece anytime soon. Good lord, this is a disgusting piece. What is this? This is good god. I should be able to do this in my head, but I don't feel like trying. 14.4 times 2 plus 15.5 is 44.3 crit value. Disgusting. This would be especially disgusting on Elan, but 2 dead stats, obviously, extraordinarily good piece, especially when you needed some crit rate on your build. Let's check this. All right, no, sorry, the time piece is your off piece. That's a really freaking good off piece. Yeah, I mean, no dead stats, a little bit of low rolls, which is sad, right? Because ideally this would be 10.5 and 14. So this is just an example of all the low rolls in the world add together to make some slightly sad-looking crit stats, but it's still a really good piece. A very, very good piece. It's a no dead stat piece, right? And then, Lecture Bonus Goblet. This is definitely your most copium piece. But, I don't know. The nature of onset goblets, right? This is an onset goblet. So the nature of onset goblets is sometimes if they enable using a cracked piece like this piece, it's worth doing a copium onset goblet because it can be more valuable than your other alternatives. So, obviously, I don't know what other goblets you have. That's obviously the most obvious area of improvement. Being that both of your gladiator pieces are your areas of improvement, and if you are fine with sticking with a 4-piece gladiator, you might be in a situation of to improve your build. It might be worth just like strong boxing for gladiator to try to get, because like at this point, right, I would sacrifice this piece. Like if you had this equivalent piece, but it was 10 crit rate instead of crit damage, so I had no crit damage but 10 crit rate, meaning you go to about 70 crit rate, 160. That's a way healthier ratio. I would recommend that personally. But I would honestly like just strongbox for gladiator maybe for a little while if you don't need a strongbox for anything else. I'm not saying you should specifically, but if that's what you're invested in trying to improve right now, you get strongbox for some gladiator, and you might get either a better goblet or a better one of these. Also might be worth checking. I don't know. This has 4 rolls of stat value. I doubt an attack percent goblet is going to be better. But if you get a really, really good attack percent goblet, particularly if it's an onset one, like, right, so the best comparison would be like, if you have an attack percent goblet like this one, test it out and see if it's good enough. Right? But it might not be, but it might. I'm not sure.
Good roll.
Alright, anyways, it's a pretty good Lisa. I give it a solid, like, solid, like, 8 out of 10, presuming your goal is to do, like, a talent, a skill damage Lisa. Right? If I have the time, can I check your sign-out? You know what? Sure. You know what? As a reward, I'll check 1 character from each of you. Why not? I'm in a unit reviewy mood. Sure. You waited long for electro damage bonus, and she does more damage than. Honestly, yeah. The goblet is a little bit copium, but it still has 4 values, 4 stats of value to you. So, anyways, yeah. Let's check Kogan's. Kogan's. Sino. Level 90 Sino. Alright, nice. I like I have Tignari displayed at level 20.
In place after all.
Alright, 1257. I'm guessing you're on like oh, you are on staff. Okay, interesting. That was level 80 yeah, or level 70. Oh, okay. I'm guessing you just got this, right? That would explain the. So that was the reason I was surprised with it. I thought you were gonna be on like a white tassel. When I saw the, I thought this was like white tassel with an EM timepiece. But no, it's just because your Staff of Scarlet Sands isn't level 90 yet. So that's fine. I'll take that into account. 4th Thundering Fury. Ooh, all right. You might just be showing off a crack build to me. I feel like.
Didn't know you were such a slacker.
You have a good amount of EM. You could use more. Sino is, especially with Staff of Scarlet Sands, he's a little bit greedy for EM. The more EM, the better, basically, on him. But if you're using it with Nahida or something else that's buffing him with EM, Nahida's EM buff is really strong with Sino on a Staff of Scarlet Sands, basically. But anyways, let's see your crit stats: 72, 225, 106. All right, so number one thing, you need more ER. Be clear, most of the time you want to run Sino with a second Electro unit. But even with a second Electro, like a Fischl, say you're running with Fischl, right? So if you're doing, okay, I'm assuming you're doing Aggravate Sino, right? If you're doing a Quick Bloom Sino, which is definitely a thing, and it's a strong team, and the thing is, a Quick Bloom Sino is stronger than an Aggravate Sino as like an overall team. The problem with a Quick Bloom Sino is it's basically just Hyper Bloom team where you happen to be using Sino as the on-field, right? And it's not necessarily better than other Hyper Bloom teams. It's just better than Sino's teams because Hyper Bloom is so freaking strong, right? So I don't necessarily like Quick Bloom Sino, and I don't think your build is built to do Quick Bloom Sino, but you can do it if you want. Quick Bloom Sino is a little bit weird though because it depends on your team configuration, like how much EM you want, because it's a weird mess of like trying to balance having a high amount of EM on Sino to get good Hyper Bloom damage from his Hyper Bloom triggers, but also maintain the fact that he can get big aggravates. So you'd be like deprioritizing some of your. So if you want to try out Quick Bloom Sino, so if you want to do like Sino, Xingqiu, Nahida, somebody else, I don't know, Zhongli or something, right? It's just flex slot at this point, right? If you want to try that, that Quick Bloom Sino is theoretically stronger than an Aggravate Sino. But in that situation, you'd probably switch to like say an EM Circlet. And particularly if it had crit stats would be ideal, right? So you sacrifice some crit stats in favor of keeping more EM to trigger higher Hyper Bloom damage. So balancing your stats on a Quick Bloom Sino is a pain in the butt nightmare. Look up damage calcs for Quick Bloom Sino. Use damage or use like Genshin Optimizer or whatever the frick if you want. Point is, I'm gonna operate in the assumption that your Sino is an Aggravate Sino, right? Because it looks like an Aggravate Sino to me. It's built to focus on crit stats and EM. The number one thing, though, you need a little bit more ER. Sino is not super ER hungry, especially with 4-piece Thundering Fury. 4-piece Thundering Fury helps a lot. The problem is you have to make sure you play well with the 4-piece Thundering Fury to get the proper extra triggers. And there's still some situations where you're not going to have Thundering Fury procs because of like a new enemy spawns or you accidentally didn't apply Dendro on them with Nahida or something, right? So 777 on your Nahida's EM, nice, I like it. Lucky number 7s. So, anywho, but yeah, so when all bursts are used, you have more than 500 EM, so it's AK-ish. Yeah, well, 500 EM would still be a bit low for like a bloom focus Sino, would be my point. So like it still might genuinely be worth, particularly with Staff of Scarlet Sands, it's probably still worth doing an EM circlet on a Quick Bloom Sino, in my opinion, but don't worry about it. If you prefer Aggravate Sino, or just prefer higher Aggravate damage, but you're still playing him with a Hydra user for additional Hyper Bloom damage, it's still fine. He's relatively flexible in that sense. It's kind of a good thing, but it's also an annoying thing as far as like finding where the balance is to maximize your performance. And my point is, it's simpler to judge a Sino based on just Aggravate context without Quick Bloom, because balancing stats for Quick Bloom is a nightmare. Anyways, so yeah. Anyways, you need more AR. This build is like near perfect. You could use more crit rate, to be clear. This build is very similar to my Sino build on my Polar Molina account, except for you have a little bit less ER than me. So like I would say my Sino build is slightly better than yours, but not to like a crazy degree, right? But yeah, you definitely want to like you basically 1000% have to play Cyno with an additional Electro user, I believe. So Cyno's ER needs, off the top of my head, I believe are like 120 to 130% with a Electro teammate with Thundering Fury, right? So you're getting extra skill procs from Thundering Fury, which means extra energy, and you have an Electro teammate batterying him, like Fischl is usually the ideal one. So, and you still need like 120 ER, right? He's still pretty energy hungry, right? Despite having a lot of energy to him in that situation. So you still want probably like 3 more ER stats. So I would definitely take a peek through and see if you have some different pieces that have a couple rolls of ER. But if you don't, I get it, because 4-piece Thundering Fury, 4-piece sets can be a pain in the arse to get your stats right. So, but that is what I would aim at right now. I would potentially try to prioritize getting to at least 120 ER, right? That's I believe what you would want to do. Other than that, it's there's not much to improve, I'm guessing, on your Cyno other than really minor improvements, right? So I'll take a look at the individual artifacts so I can make recommendations based on those. But yeah, 13 crit rate 15. Yeah, so this would be an example of like, this is a really, really good piece, to be clear, right? Obviously, this is a 40 CD piece, but genuinely, if you get like let's say you have a 30 crit value piece, but then it has those 2 ER lines, like I just mentioned, you need more ER. I would use the 30 crit value piece with 2 ER lines over this piece, right? Because this has 3 dead stats, and you really need some more ER, right? That's the number 1 recommendation. So, you've already farmed a lot for this one. Yeah, no, I get you. I don't blame you if you don't want to farm anymore. This is a really, really good piece. That's a great piece. That's kind of similar to my goofy piece on my Polearm account. So, very, very good piece. Don't let any dumb freaking I win to lose game. No offense to I win to lose gaming, but I win to lose gaming will look at this artifact and be like, ugh. So yeah, feather, 27 crit damage. Yeah, okay. So this is another one, right? Your flower and your feather, or like the feather is particularly like it has 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, that's not dead. It only has 3 dead stats, to be clear. It's a high amount of stat value, but like you can certainly use a feather that has like crit rate or ER on it, right? So like if you literally get a feather that has just crit, let's say like you get a 4-line feather in Strongbox or something, and it has crit rate and ER on it, and it levels, and if you get lucky and it levels up only into crit rate and ER, I would use that feather over this one, personally. This piece is probably never getting replaced. I hate you for having this piece. That is ridiculous. So yeah, again, someone thinks this is a bad piece because, oh, it didn't roll entirely into crit. They're idiots. Sorry. This is a 4-line even. 1 roll in crit damage, 1 roll in crit rate, 2 and no, it's a 3-line. So I don't know. Only way this could have been better if it was obviously it would have been slightly better, slightly more optimal if it rolled into crit rate, ER, crit damage more than attack. To be clear, that would have been nice. But 0 dead stat, EM timepiece, and Thundering Fury, disgusting. That's all I can say. So, and then Goblet, oops, pretty good, but again, more ER. If you have an Electro Goblet that, like, honestly, like even if you don't have like say you have this Electro Goblet with 5 crit rate, and then it's 20 ER instead of 20 crit damage, I would probably use that one instead of this one. I'm not even joking. So, because then that instantly fixes your build, right? Especially if you have something like 10 crit rate, or I don't know, 12 crit rate, whatever, right? And 10 ER, 15 ER, I would use that, right? But anyways, it's almost perfect. It's almost perfect for an Aggravate Cyno. As far as like general balance of stats. I'm not talking about perfect as far as like dead stats. Obviously, as far as dead stats, you had like, it was like at least 7 or 8 dead stats, which is not very high, to be clear. It's very low, but I'm focusing less on dead stats and more on the individual artifacts you could try to do to like fix the ER issue, basically. Anyways, I'll check your Goblet now. You changed it. Oh, sure. Anyways, Bidzu, do you want me to check your Yelan? All right, sure. I'll check. Sure. I'll look at your Goblet, Kojin, after a second. It takes a second to update anyways, so and there's not even a reason to check right now. Alright, Elan should be easier. Are you a little bit 150-50 for C2 ride and engulfing landing? Alright, I'm guessing C1. Yep, alright. I was guessing this is a dolphin. This is me before I swear I no longer will. Yeah, okay, yep, figured. Alright, yeah, as soon as I saw that signature, I was like, alright, this is a dolphin. You have a decent amount of HP. A really good amount of HP, to be clear. I'm trying to make predictions based on, like, not looking at crit stats, basically. R1. Alright, C1, emblem, yep, okay. I was actually gonna... I didn't mean to click on artifacts there. I was actually gonna make the guess that they weren't on emblem because of how high their HP was. Their HP is actually higher than I expected. I think we might... I don't know. I don't think we're seeing with Hydra Resonance. I don't remember if this screen shows Hydra Resonance or not. Because I think the thing that's weird is, right? There you go. Oh, no, never mind. We don't have Hydra Resonance going, so yeah, that's 37k HP without Hydra Resonance. That's very, very good.
If you're not sure what to do next,
So,
how about I take you on a walk?
Mudzu has a lot of HP subs, which is not a bad thing. The question is, do you have enough ER? Elan with C1, her ER needs to go down quite a lot. I personally pretty comfortably use Elan having her C1 with like 130-ish ER, but wow, really? What is this build? All right, so you know how I made fun of that short I saw on YouTube a while ago that had the best Yelan? As far as like a traditional Yelan build goes for emblem,
I didn't know you were such a slacker.
Good roll. All right.
this is like the strongest Yelan build. I think this might be the best Yelan build I've seen. It's actually disgusting. 37k HP on emblem. 8212, 170 ER. This means this Yelan is super comfortable even in mono hydro. Like that's the main reason you wouldn't want like 100. Like you can get away with 130 ER, 120, 130 ER easily on a C1 Yelan, but that's normally in like double hydro situations. You still want more ER on her if you want to use her in non-double hydro. This is disgusting, and I haven't even looked at the artifacts yet. You're just flexing on me, honestly. You have an off-piece timepiece. All right, this is disgusting. There genuinely might be only a couple dead stats. There's one dead stat. This is a very strong piece. Okay, this is less dead stats than I thought, or more dead stats than I thought so far. That's 3 dead stats. You have an ER timepiece on it, really? How do you have 37k HP with an ER timepiece? What? That doesn't make sense. Really? HP Goblet. Oh, I missed. Okay, you know what? I take it back. Sorry. Oh, bye. I did not notice the goblet. I forgot. You know what? I should have thought about that. I forgot people sometimes use HP goblets on Yelan. Oh, it was so close. I was so confused. I was like, how is it possible that you have that much HP? Like my brain, like I can do the math quick enough. I'm used enough to Yelan's HP, and I was like, how is it possible they are not on an HP timepiece? I thought you had like a cracked amount of ER subs. Like I thought you had a 0 dead stat Yelan that had like all the HP and ER substats. But you have a HP Goblet. An HP Goblet is just worse on Yelan. I can tell you, as I tested HP Goblets, like an HP Goblet that was like substantially higher crit value compared to like when I first had Yelan, when she had I had a way worse Hydro Goblet on her, and even though it was way better crit value, I don't remember exactly what it was, but and a way worse Hydro Goblet, the Hydro Goblet still outperformed the HP Goblet, right? By a meaningful degree. So you still definitely want a Hydro Goblet on your Yelan, for sure, But anyways, this is a really strong piece, but I would consider that's really nice. That's a really nice piece. Okay, so Earlon is still really good, to be clear. But if you switch to, HP Goblin. So, okay, that makes more sense now. I was very, if this was like, right, if this was a, the only way to like achieve this tier of a Yelan build, on, like having as much HP as it does on 4P's Emblem with this much ER and this healthy of a crit ratio, is by having like godly substats with like a lot of HP substats with an HP timepiece, and a lot of ER substats. But the HP Goblet is it's a minor decrease. It's not a minor increase, trust me. I can go do calcs if you want to see. It's not a minor decrease. But anyways, I'm not gonna do calcs on stream. But yeah, you want a Hydro Goblet. That's all I can say. But I can get for stat balance wise though, your stats are really really healthy. Depending on what team you use Yelan in, you can definitely get away with lowering her ER quite a lot. If that lets you do, you know, an HP timepiece and then a a Hydro Goblet, right? So like if you have a onset HP Emblem timepiece that's decent, and then a Hydro Goblet, right? And if you really need more HP, Yelan can also work really well with an HP Circlet. An HP Circlet versus a crit Circlet is actually potentially more viable versus an HP Goblet versus a Hydro Goblet, because the reason an HP Circlet is valuable is because HP percentage has a very similar value as far as like overall damage contribution to crit damage. So like genuinely, HP percent, like a min roll crit damage here, like you have here, versus a maximum roll HP percent. A maximum roll HP percent is better. so that's why like an HP percent Circlet can make a lot of sense actually, if you can have enough crit stats to justify it, right? But it really just depends on all of your overall balance, whether or not you can justify doing that. So she's flexible a little bit, but you definitely want a Hydro Goblet. You know, I would definitely aim towards that. This Hydro Goblet is not, or this HP Goblet is not good enough in my opinion to justify. The only thing it has going for it, right, this is 1, 2, 3, 4 dead stats, and this is functionally dead stat 2. It's, I don't know, it's not dead, but it's doing something, but it's not contributing a ton of damage. Like, it's contributing a little bit. So it's all kinds of have a dead stat, right? There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 5.5 dead stats. If I'm counting, it's a half of a dead stat, right? Because it's not ideal. All this is contributing is really just being an onset goblet. So like, versus using an HP timepiece and a Hydro Goblet, I feel like you might be able to get more, but I don't know what your artifact situation is. So it's a very good balance of stats overall. Just to have a no Hydro Goblet is very sad. So, anywho, I was told by Yelan means it's only a minor increase. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're wrong. All right, freaking. I guess we're doing a. You know, let me get a thingy up. Blah, blah, blah. We'll use the website I use occasionally. All right, we're gonna assume. I'm gonna use Midzu's. Let's see, where is. Do a new tab. Oh, I did new tab instead of new window. My bad. It's damage calculation time. Oops, wrong site. All right. So, let's where's my OBS? Browser, get your damage calculator, make it visible. All right. All right. There we go. Zoom in a little bit. Okie dokie. And now watch all my viewers leave because we're doing damage calcs so I can prove it. All right. So watch me eat my words. I don't know. Like, to be clear, it depends on your general balance of stats. I'm not saying HP Goblet can't work, but you probably don't want to do it. And then I'm just going to assume. So I'm gonna add an Kazuha on here, and I'm gonna assume VV Shred. The reason I'm gonna do this is because I think this is the simplest way to like illustrate to people. You can see the damage numbers here be calculated. So rather than me like doing a bunch of formulas in Excel, right? All the formulas are on this website. You just select the right characters, input the numbers, and then it does the calculation for you. It's functionally not that different than doing an Excel calculation, but it visually looks better. So we're basically going to input our artifacts here, right? And then we'll see how it changes for her damage numbers over here. Right, and then we got Constellation 1, and anyway, well, my point is I'm putting Kazuha and assuming VV Shred, even if you don't use it with Kazuha. The reason being I just want to increase the numbers enough, because the bigger the numbers are, the more you'll see a percentage difference. So it makes the difference more obvious to see on a visual level, because if you only have 1,000 damage, and the difference between an HP Goblet and a Hydro Goblet is 10%, you know, then... It should be clear, 10% is not a ton. That's why I believe that 10% is about how different it is, assuming the same stats. Point is, it's easier to see with bigger numbers, right? A 10% difference with 1,000 damage is only 1,000. 10% difference with 100,000 damage is 10,000, right? So it's easier to see, hence why I'm putting them there. And honestly, everyone else doesn't matter, other than I'm going to throw a Hydro user on here. I guess I could throw Zhongli for more resistant shred, but that's fine. I'm just gonna do the VV Shred is all. So we'll do Hydro. Alright, and target is Slime, that's fine. They have normal resistance. Oh, wrong page. Alright, and Soothing Water, we're not gonna do Vaporize, but we'll do this though. And then I'm going to assume 7 stacks of her burst, because 14 is not something you should assume, because that literally only happens in like the very last bit of her burst. Kazuha, Ascension 4, passive talent, Hydro, we're going to assume like a 900 EM. Actually, you know what? I'm going to assume you're a smart person, you're doing a Fav Sword or a Sack Sword on Kazuha, because unless you have Ziphos Moonlight, you probably should be. So I'm going to assume an 800 EM Kazuha. And then, crap, doesn't matter. Aqua Simulacra, enable that. And that's basically it for buffs, because there's not really much for HP buffing in this game. Alright, so you can see at a base, you know, she only has 24 crit rate, but because Aqua has 88 crit damage, right? Without artifacts, we're at 22,000. So that number's going to increase. That's with their skill, obviously. The burst is a bit lower. So we'll throw emblem pieces on here. And we're gonna assume crit rate. So first I'm gonna go do, and we'll go simulate what we currently had going on Mudzoos, right? And I'm just gonna type in here. It's red because that's not actually a value that artifacts can have. I'm just like assuming, you know, oh wow, look at that crit, right? Artifacts kind of thing. And you know, I'll put in this because I know this is what you had on your Yelan. I think it was like 808 or something like that. I'm just gonna say 800. All right. So HP percent, level 20. So you can see we gotta add a little bit more crit damage here, but we have Yelan with 37k HP. That's about what theirs had. They had a little bit more crit rate because I didn't put any crit stats here. So we'll do 10 here and another 22. No, they had, what did they have? They had like 212, I think. So I guess I'll put, there we go. There we go. So this is basically exactly the same stats. Right. This is basically exactly the same stats as Mudzu had. Alright, and they're getting 48k on a skill. This is with VV Shred and whatever, right? Not with Vaporize. I could do Vaporize to see the actually, you know, but I'm gonna do not Vaporize because you don't normally do that unless you're me. You don't do a vape team for Yelan. You don't forward vape with Yelan. 20k on and 12k, right? So 20k about 13k, 48.5, right? Alright, so let's change that to a Hydro Goblet. So, and I didn't put any crit stats on here because what matters here is not what the individual artifacts had, with the overall stats, right? So these stats basically match almost exactly what that Mudzu had on theirs, right? So that was the point of this. And anyways, let's assume you still have the ER timepiece, because you really want the extra ER for whatever reason, which would be fine. There's certain times where you do want the extra ER, although you'd have definitely more than you need with the C1 Elan in most teams. But let's see, Hydra damage bonus, right? So you can see with an ER timepiece, it's almost exactly the same. With an ER timepiece. Like, it's not that much better. But they have C1 Elan. What you probably want to do is not an ER timepiece, right? So, if we do HP percent, but switch this to HP percent, right? Now, we have HP 57. It should be substantially higher. And now I might eat my words. No, there we go, right? See? Like, is that insanely higher? No, actually it's less than I thought it would be. But, like, it's better, to be clear. Is it crazily worse? Is it coping? No. It's fine. But you definitely want a Hydro Goblet, right? Like, we're getting, what is that, 5% more about? If you're focusing on Elan damage, right? You want a Hydro Goblet. And HP, and you can very easily get away with a C1 Elan. You can easily do an HP timepiece, right? It's not hard. You might need a couple more ER substats, but like with 2P's emblem and like 2 to like 6 ER substats in your stuff is all you need, right? So I didn't even put ER substats in here because I don't feel like rebalancing it, right? But point is, that's with an ER timepiece. So let's go. Anyways, it depends on what you're doing. If you're doing an ER timepiece, looks like it's basically barely better, but it's still better, right? It still went from, with the ER timepiece, right? It went from, what was it, 48 to, I drew 50. So this one's easier to look at, right? That one's barely better, right? We're talking about 1500 on something that this high scaling. Barely matters, but when you're trying to actually maximize their damage, I don't know. I just, my point was I misunderstood the build. Going a little bit. It's still a good build. I wasn't trying to say it was a bad build or anything. My point is just that Hydro Goblet is better. And it is noticeably better oftentimes. That's assuming the same artifacts, right? It ultimately depends on what your like overall balance is. And if your overall balance is way better with your HP Goblet versus your Hydro Goblet, then use the HP Goblet. So, yeah. 5% is not that much. I'm aware. Yeah. I don't know why I thought it was 10%. I could have sworn I did calcs like a long time ago when Elan was like first coming out. And I thought it was like 10%. But anyways, whatever. Let's go spend our last 20 resin on, I think, a ley line. I'm just going to do this in single player. What website that was that? That was here. This website has some problems. Let me link it. So it's gidamagecalculator.web.app. Here you go. Here it is if you want it. It's basically just a more visually friendly way of doing damage calculations. But it is clunky in some ways. Oh, I just jumped the wrong spot. It is clunky in some ways, to be clear, to do that versus like an Excel spreadsheet is like honestly more convenient. But if you're the type who works less well with just having a ton of numbers in your face, that website might be better for you. But the clunkiness of that website is that you have to like type in all your artifacts and whatever, and you can save your artifacts, but the way that that website works with saving artifacts is kind of janky in my opinion. It's not a great website. It's pretty good. I appreciate the person that made it. It's a nice tool. I like using that more than doing it like spreadsheet stuff a lot, but spreadsheets are better because it's easier to just go and like change certain values, particularly when it comes to like some like say if you want to change like enemy resistances or whatever, it's just easier to just go and like change it from like 10 to like 30 or whatever, right? Because you can just like you can factor in like viridescent resistance without having to go and manually select in the debuff menu what your viridescent shred is, or whatever, right? Getting a little bit more damage, nothing crazy. Oh my god, it already ended. Oh no, okay. I thought it already ended. I was like, what happened to it? Didn't end. It just went underground. No. Now stop, you freaking wow.
Off we go. Everybody stand back.
Dodge this. Oh, so sorry.
You're toast.
Stop running away.
Freeze.
There we go. Good lord. Probably took way longer to clear than I should have taken, but it's fine. Give me my money.
What's the hurry?
Yeah. Again, the user. If you want a really lazy way, I don't like using Genshin Optimizer. So there's I forgot what it's called. But if you search like Genshin Optimizer site, there's a site where you can go and like it'll scan. You can like input your UID, or I think you can do it manually too. And you can like input all of your artifacts to that website basically, and your characters, and it will try to optimize your artifacts for you, like mathematically. So it can just tell you rather than having to do the hard work yourself. And so that can tell you, whether or not it's worth it to use an HP Goblet or a Hydro Goblet, depending on the balance of stats. Because the complicated thing, right, is like assuming the same substats, but that's never the case. You never have the exact same substats, right? So the messiness is trying to balance out your entire build around one difference, right? Because you're never going to have the exact same, almost never going to have the exact same Hydro Goblet versus an HP Goblet for Yelan, right? It's weighing the benefits and whatever of one or the other. The only reason I don't like the Genshin Optimizer website is because it does not have the ability to factor in the fact that you like to keep certain artifacts on certain characters. As far as I know, it doesn't have the ability to right now. Maybe it does now. Maybe you can, I don't know, maybe you can lock it from using certain artifacts in your account because you keep them on other characters. But the basic way it works, though, it just looks at all your artifacts and then just calculates mathematically what the best ones are. The problem is the best ones are different depending on the team you're using the character on, especially nowadays with Dendro reactions. And then the best ones also might be being used on a different character, right? So like if you want to throw a Genshin Optimizer, tell it to optimize your artifacts for your Kaya, and it might tell you, oh, you actually have a better circlet to use on Kaya that's slightly better for him, right? And then you can switch to that. But if you're using that circlet on someone else, it's not exactly a great recommendation, right? Because you need that on someone else. I don't think it factors that into account. But it does not have the ability to factor into account the fact that you have different builds that you might want in different teams either. So I personally don't like using that website. But if you want to, that is something that might be more comfortable for many people than like doing the actual math either in a spreadsheet form or in the website themselves. So all right, let's go onto my other accounts real quick, and then that's the stream. I gotta edit the video for tomorrow today still, and then no stream tomorrow. So yeah, gotta get that video edited for tomorrow. But we'll do my other account stuff real quick, like before we end the stream. Can I find my mouse pointer? There we go. Whoops, that was the wrong.
I didn't know you were such a slacker.
Let's close that. Me with your 2 built sets that you keep swapping around? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So yeah, the Genshin Optimizer, unless you manually tell it, that website, unless you manually tell it, it might have a feature now that you can manually tell it what characters you're using and exclude it from using certain artifacts when you tell it to optimize. But that's a pain in the butt, because then you have to, every time you have to like go and tell it not to use certain things because of the fact that you're using certain teams. And that just sounds like a nightmare, pain in the butt. That's just as much as a pain in the butt than just messing around with it myself. And I'm also the type that rather than like using an external resource to optimize my artifacts for me, I like to just play around with my artifacts myself in game. Like, I don't know, it's an excuse to play the game more, in my opinion. is to go test out different artifact builds to figure out what works best. I find that more enjoyable most of the time than using an external program or doing the math. I do a little bit of the math, particularly if I'm figuring out like which things I want more, or if I'm trying to like calculate ideals of like it would be really nice to get an artifact with these stats kind of thing. But for what I actually have in my accounts, I like to do it in game most of the time. I also what most often what I use that site for is for characters I don't have, right? So like if you want to see like, oh, how much Raiden damage can I get if I get Kazuha or something, I don't know, right? You can go and like use that website when you don't have Kazuha. That's the same thing with like Excel spreadsheets, whatever useful for. You can calculate your damage without Kazuha. When you don't have Kazuha, and simulate, you know, try to determine whether or not like, ooh, is that big damage worth getting Kazuha, right? Not that to be clear, the damage is not the only reason to get Kazuha. Don't focus on just damage numbers on whether to pull for a character. It's more complicated than just the individual number they get. If you want to do real damage calculations, go look up Kaching Main's KQM. If you look at KQM, they have like a resources guide where you can download a Excel spreadsheet that has a whole bunch of like input fields that you can modify to try to do like actual true team DPS calculations. You've been using Genshin Optimizer. It does have a function to lock certain artifacts from being used in the calculations. Yeah, so I kind of figured it did. But again, that goes back to my problem of like, I don't want to have to go and constantly lock artifacts to tell it which ones it can and cannot use. That just sounds like a pain in the ass, right? And like, and if I'm working with the artifacts I have, I'd rather just play the game and see how they work in game rather than calculate, right? It has to be something that's like way time efficient to do in game for me to find it worth to use the Genshin Optimizer for. And I have never had a situation where that is relevant. The only time I want to do optimization outside of the game is generally for calculating things that I do not have, right? Whether that be, whether that be cool, quality, thanks game, whether that be artifacts I do not have or characters I do not have. That's what I like it for, personally. So I personally don't get any value out of the Genshin Optimizer site in particular. But it is something I can definitely understand why it is valuable to some people, so.
Solidify. Order guide you.
Not ideal, not ideal. Run this way, run. He's gonna, yeah, okay, that's fine. The problem is I had the pillar placed wrong, so he was, I thought he was gonna slide off of the pillar and like slide to the corner, and he zoops. If that dude zoops away to the corner, it takes like 10-15 seconds longer to clear this domain. Garbage. All the defense percent, and that could be really good. Also cake first. No, you're not getting cake. I said my cookie is mine.
Stabilize. This is order.
I thought I angled to the side. Oh well.
Yield. We shall prevail.
Nope. I don't have stamina to cancel. Wow. Maybe. I don't know. The game, I swear to God, this game hates me. With what I want in Emblem Flowers and Feathers right now is ER on like ER and crit stats. And it just keeps on giving me like, hey, here's an artifact that's got 2 good stats, but not ER. Just like, stop. I want ER and crit together. And just give me a single one. Give me a single frickin' emblem piece that has ER and double crit. That's all I desire for this account. It just does not want to give me them. I don't think I've gotten a single double crit emblem piece with ER on it. Not counting ER timepieces. Which I have somehow gotten like 3, I think. Yeah, I think I've gotten 3 or 4 energy recharge double crit pieces on emblem discount, and none of them enrolled well. I'm kind of salty. 2 of them were 4-line too. Oh man.
Stabilize.
Do your worst.
My chat break again? Hasn't said, no one said anything in the past minute. Oh god. Oh, yep, it did. Alright, sorry. I missed a whole bunch of messages. Let me see. What did I miss? Genshin Optimizer chose other artifacts for your new Leaf team, and instead of 23k blooms, you did 23k or 32k, you did 23k. Yeah, so you don't use it anymore. Yeah. It's inconvenience. Yeah, how is it doesn't have a good way of factoring ICD? Yeah, no. Yeah, it doesn't have it's gonna optimize based on like one base formula for a character, right? Which is assuming you're only using that one character that way, which is bad. Or it might have choices for different formulas or something. Kekfin is just built different in emblem. Yeah, apparently. Kekfin's emblem luck. Like, my god, did you see his artifacts on frickin', like, did anyone watch, I don't think I need this. Did anyone watch, stop giving me crit pieces. I'm gonna roll them just in case, like, you get like a 40 CV piece out of them, right? But like, please. Yeah, frickin' Kekfin's, like, utterly cracked artifacts for his Dia. Like, it's sad that they're being used on Dia, to be clear, but he has a ridiculously cracked set of emblem artifacts. Like, holy crap. And I don't even think he realizes how cracked they are. But anyways, that was a day for artifacts. I suppose, I don't know if this is ever going to show up in a video. I did record it. So for this account, right, we have Shenhe coming soon. So I strongboxed a little bit for Noblesse, because I needed some more Noblesse pieces. Particularly, I needed attack percent, circlets, or goblets, or timepieces. And I got this piece. This was a double crit with attack percent, and then it rolled defense in the 4th line, and then rolled entirely into attack percent, which weirdly enough for Shenhe is actually pretty good. We definitely need some more ER on our Shenhe, I think, but I might be looking pretty okay. I think my crit rate's going to be a little bit low for our Shenhe, but we're going to have the team I'm going to use Shenhe on is going to have like a decent amount of like external crit rate buffs from both Hu Tao and Rosaria. So it'll be something that more like the second rotation. She'll be fine. So I think it's fine. Basically, this is actually really good for Shenhe. So, yeah. I got some other ones for her if I need to, like more ER ones, but I'm not going to bother with them anytime soon. This one is really good for her. I have some other ones, like this one could be good for Shenhe too. This one could be good. This one's a double crit when I got that from Stormbox as well. I got this from Stormbox, which is nice. I'll level that up eventually because it's an ER and Noblesse, but it's meh. This one could be okay if it rolls ER for Shenhe, but not amazing. And then I got a couple circlets. So I got, no, not that. I did get this one. Yay. But I got a healing bonus one, that crit rate one I've had for a while. Where's the other ones? Oh, they're there. So I have this one, which has double crit attack percent and ER. And then this one has crit rate, flat attack, and ER on attack percent. So, yeah. Both these are basically the same artifact, except one has crit damage. But for Shenhe, this one is actually better because Shenhe basically wants attack and ER and crit rate. So flat attack is actually better than crit damage in this situation, but it also rolled kind of meh so far because like I would have preferred more ER or crit rate rolls. But let's see how the final roll goes. Oh, and then goblets. I did get an onset goblet, which means I need to use an off-piece timepiece for her. And the goblet, I had a different one that had one line of crit rate. At level 16, it rolled not at all into crit rate, so I garbaged it. And then this one rolled once into ER so far, and a bunch of HP, which is not exactly what I needed, but it was better than my other one. So hopefully I'll get a better goblet in the future, but we'll see. Or I could get an onset timepiece. That would work as well. But first, though, I want to see how this one rolls at level 20. So let's check this one. I probably don't even have enough fodder for it, but we'll see. Yeah, with times 2, that might. Extra advice, you can't even check your Sino damage on bosses. They die way too fast. I feel like the damage shouldn't have increased that much. Like, technically your damage would have gone down. But if you kept your burst up, if you're using double Electro and you have 120 to 130 ER on Sino, he's a really fun unit. Once you don't have... Really? Ah, classic. Alright, once you have enough ER on Sino, he's fun. He's quite fun. But yeah, the restriction of playing double Electro with him is a little annoying. If you get more towards like 140 ER on Sino, you can actually start playing not double Electro, which I really like. So I'd potentially even prioritize more than like 130 ER. I really have to go to the bathroom. I was going to try to not go to the bathroom until the end of the stream, but I think I'm going to go on break real quick after I get this artifact leveled up and go to the bathroom. With all bursts up, your Sino is around 800 EM now. Oh, did you do an EM circlet? Oh, good lord. If you did an EM circlet, that's... Did you have a... If you had a crit circlet on EM, that's... or like a...
Solidify.
Elemental Master main stat, and then crit lines. And then, yeah, that might actually be worthwhile. I didn't assume you had that, though, so I wasn't really recommending that much. But yeah, if you're doing Quick Bloom Sino in particular, then in your build, being that you already had pretty healthy crit stats, then yeah, I think an EM circlet definitely made sense, especially with crit substats. Can I not get stuck on a chair? Thank you. Alright. The EM circlet, nice. And he does now 990 EM. Very, very nice. Nice. Yep, no surprise. Yeah, stacking a whole bunch of EM buffs on Sino with the Staff of Scarlet Sands is really, really strong. There it is. Alright. Give me... I would like ER the most, I think. Or crit rate. Hey, a max roll ER. Thank you, game. I appreciate that. Alright, that is 100% the circlet I'm using on Shenhe. I have them on Jean, by the way, because I was checking like what my overall stats would be for Shenhe. So currently, this is a timepiece. So this is a physical timepiece. And the only reason I have it because it has a whole bunch of ER. Ideally, I would have one that has a whole bunch of ER and crit rate for an offset timepiece on Shenhe, but I don't have one. So yeah, all of my attack percent pieces, you know, heavy in crit damage, heavy in ER, heavy, you know, whatever. I have no piece that's heavy in both crit rate and ER. So Shenhe is either going to use this as an off piece, or maybe this one if I end up needing more crit rate for Favonius. It depends on how my overall balance of ER goes, and how I end up seeing that her ER needs are on the teams I use her on, right? So right now, though, we still have a couple ER rolls we can get from this artifact. And then we have Fab Lance. So add like 30% from Fab Lance. And Shenhe's got, right, our crit rate is definitely low, but like I said, we'd have potentially up to like 20% crit rate buff going on from Rosaria and Hu Tao, at least in a second rotation. So right now she's looking at about 190 ER with a little bit low crit rate. So honestly, that might be, that might justify switching to a different piece, but this is giving me so much ER that I don't know. It depends how this one rolls. If this rolls like twice into ER the next two rolls, then I can probably switch to a more crit rate focused piece for Shenhe. So anyways, I'm looking pretty good. The only downside is I'm going to have like a slightly low amount of crit rate. I also have the option of using, if I, not that. I also have the option of potentially using this weapon on Shenhe, which there's two reasons I'm considering it. One, it gives a bunch of attack percent. Two, if I do this, I just switch to an ER timepiece instead of an attack percent timepiece, and then I have a similar buff going on Shenhe. The biggest downside is not having Fab Lance in Shenhe means her ER needs to go up slightly, but if I'm putting an ER timepiece, it should be fine. And then I'm losing the team energy generation, which is like not ideal, but for drip factor, I might actually just stick with this weapon on Shenhe. Plus, then I don't have to like constantly swap around Fab Lances. But anyways, I'm gonna go on break. You know what? You can just instead of me doing the turtle, you can stare at Candace for a few minutes.
Peace and good health should be enjoyed by all. If I can provide everyone with a life such as this, I will be content. I will always seek to protect the things that are most important, no matter what it takes, even when it looks futile.
Hello, I am Bark. You just want 3.5 to end already? I mean, you're gonna be waiting a little longer. 3.5 is going for a few more weeks. Alright, I think I'm gonna do dailies real quick and then we're done with this account. Nothing special today. Come next week, I think I'm gonna start farming for Mika and Shenhe's bosses. Where is he? OMG. I was on break. I am Bark. I am Bark. Why did I come over here? I think I came over here because I was in... That's funny. I was in that spot and my brain was like, I need to go over here to get more artifacts. I don't actually need more artifacts right now, but you know what? Whatever. It's fine. We're getting more artifacts. Y'all pray I get Shenhe because you need her so bad. Do you really need her so bad? She's a pretty niche support unit, but best of luck. Oh, great. Freaking god dang it. Oh, the waypoint's not closed either. Oh, just put me up here. Okay, good. I thought it was going to put me on a waypoint for some reason. I forgot how drowning worked. Anywho, yeah, I don't know. Shenhe's just, like, she's fine in her niche. I just don't like how niche her role is. And her niche is also way less relevant than it used to be because Cryo is just not as good as it used to be. So, yeah. Relative to all the other fun things you can do in this game, in my opinion. But if you really like her, you know, don't let me stop you, you know. But the functional utility of someone like Shenhe, it makes me think that you really need her is not a really need her, it's you really want her. And really want, for whatever reason that you like the character for, is different than really need. Anywho. Do we know how many free-to-play premos you can get till Baiju Banner? You can probably, if you save everything until now and you do a lot of exploration, I think with this patch, with the Archon Quest stuff, if you kept those, you didn't use those yet, you can probably get around 70, I'm guessing. That'd be my guess, but I could be wrong. Do I have enough to check? Do need to know. I would love if I get lucky and get 2 ER rolls on this thing. That's not going to level to... Why am I even bothering? That's not going to get to 15 or 16. Alright, let's see. Anna the Adventurer. You want Shenhe for your Ayaka team? Yeah, I mean, that's the main reason to want her. Go with Anna. Sure, we'll help you, Anna. You already completed everything in the game. Then I don't know. Then this should be a pretty simple calculation. You get probably like 2 10 pulls from events, and probably from dailies. What I don't know, 60 times whatever. Like, so yeah, I don't know. You should be able to save a decent amount though. We're like 5 weeks away, over 5 weeks away from Baiju's banner. Well, presuming Baiju's in the first half, we're over 5 weeks away. So, you know, I think you'll be fine.
You can't run.
Will you be able to get enough to guarantee it? I don't know. You know, if you're free to play, you kind of have to save for, I feel like, at least 2 patches at minimum to be able to guarantee a character. Can I hate the fucking auto-target in this game, man. I don't give a shit about the fucking Hilichurl. It's not gonna kill the balloon. I have no reason to target it. It doesn't drop anything. Jesus. When's the next banner? I think in like 2 weeks and 2 days. Really? What's in combat with me? There's nothing in combat with me, game. Oh my god, there's a fucking Dendro slime. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Stabilize.
Jesus. Have you guys ever seen an animal in nature, and then because that animal was nearby, you cease the ability to have conversations with people? Yeah, me too. It's a really weird phenomenon of reality. Fucking weird. But, you know, good on Mihoyo for having that realism in their game. That's what I gotta say. I gotta say that. I really appreciate their attempt at realism with that. Greatly increases my immersion in the game. When something disguises a plant underground that barely even attacks me, makes it so reality prevents me from talking. It's very fun.
I will have order.
You can't run.
I fix your account. You have a problem with team and artifacts? I can't do something as complicated as fixing a whole account. If you want my recommendation for generalized recommendations to go for, so you have Rosaria. I don't know how you're using Rosaria, but if you're maining Rosaria, I imagine you're doing physical DPS Rosaria. So if you want artifacts to go for, just go in this domain, and then you probably want to prioritize this set. This is a decent supportive set, and this is a physical DPS set for Rosaria. She's very good at proccing this passive for the 4-piece set. And then you prioritize your crit stats, and you really want a crit rate weapon on her. Ideally, you'd have like something like Deathmatch for her, but if you don't have Deathmatch, you can make do with White Tassel, or you can make do with a physical damage weapon if you really care about her physical damage, but then you're getting less crit rate for her passive bonus for your other teammates. If you're doing melt damage, Rosaria, kind of like I tend to use her on now, and you want to put cryo DPS on her, but I don't know, I can't make such broad generalizations of how to fix your whole account, other than like, if you like this character, how do you want to improve them, what teams do you want to use them in. If you like physical Rosaria, I would recommend trying out like Yunjin with her or something. Yunjin, I think, is a undervalued. Yunjin's a little bit of pain. I think Mihoyo made a mistake in designing Yunjin because she's a little bit of pain in the ass to build. Because she wants a whole bunch of defense, but she also needs a whole bunch of ER, and she also wants some crit rate if you're using Fab Lance, which you should be. It's like the only obvious weapon to use on Yunjin. But she wants her burst up, and that's all that matters on her. So, anyways, point is, if you have Yunjin and you have Fab Lance, you probably have some decent enough artifacts to make Yunjin function. she's a character you can slap your defense percent pieces that you were sad about getting on. I don't know, but other than Yunjin for Rosaria, for physical Rosaria, you could try to make use of Mika this patch if you're wishing on the banners coming up with Mika. He's not the best unit for her, but he's not bad. He'd be a healer. He'd be a decent overworld healer that increases your attack speed. I think increasing attack speed, while it isn't of high, like, measurable utility, it is of fun utility. So, you know. Melt Freeze is much better than physical Rosarias and team's damage. I know. But they said they were maining them, so... If someone's a casual player and they're saying they're maining Rosaria, honestly, I think it's simpler to recommend a physical Rosaria build. I'm not saying it's the best artifacts to go for in the account, to be clear. They asked the question of how to fix their account and then specified Rosaria. Like, you don't fix an account by investing into one character. Right, if you want the fastest way of making your account very strong, it'd be if you want the fastest way of making your account very strong, level up Xingqiu, Bennett, Xingqiu, Bennett, Dendro Traveler, Kuki. You know, all the strong supports, right? A Xiangling, level up Xiangling as well, and then you farm Emblem and you farm Gilded Dreams. You farm Gilded Dreams for full EM for Kuki. You can do a Hyper Bloom team. You farm Emblem for like Xingqiu and Xiangling. Then it just needs Noblesse and a high base attack weapon. And then you have a frame where, and level up like a Sucrose if you have a Sucrose, or a Kazuha if you have a Kazuha. And you're kind of off to the races. Because you then have like a core structure like Bennett, Xingqiu, Fischl to some extent in certain teams. Xiangling, Sucrose, Kuki, Dendro Traveler, all form like a core of, and Xiangling of either really strong off-field damage dealers or supports that enable different things that make your account really strong just by having those leveled up and built with decent-ish builds. That's the quickest way. But I'm not going to say you should specifically do that, because I don't want you to specifically like spend 3 months investing in all those units, but then you don't like playing with them for whatever reason, and then you regret spending 3 months doing that. Like, so you say you like Rosaria, and you have fun using Rosaria. Like, my friend really liked Rosaria when she was playing, and she just kind of smacked with Rosaria. Physical build Rosaria was the way to go for her. So, and she didn't, and she wasn't someone who like did. She looked up a guide and she was like, I got a charge attack and then dash cancel or jump cancel. Like, no, she didn't do that. She just smacked with Rosaria. That's how a lot of casual players play. They just smack. So I don't know. Physical Rosaria is not bad. It works pretty well. So, and then especially if you invest in someone like Yunjin to buff her normal attacks, right? But anyways, yeah. But yes, overall damage for like if you want to like improve teams better, and Rosaria's own personal damage output over time, yes, focusing on her burst damage is better, which would mean go and farm 4-piece Emblem. Like basically every account should farm about 500 years worth of 4-piece Emblem. So yeah. Did I finish my dailies? I did. Okay. I was talking, so I couldn't remember what I did. Anyways, alright. Main account time.
Don't we have a job to do?
You probably do Primordial Jadewing Spear on Physical Rosaria? Yeah. I did some calcs yesterday to see, because Staff of Scarlet Sands is definitely, this is in preparation, because my planned team for Shenhe and Polearms only, the main team I can actually make use of Shenhe's kit, outside of her just like I can make use of Shenhe in 2 teams. One is Hyper Bloom, for just doing Hyper Bloom Hyper Fridge, right, as a freeze unit, so she can enable freezing. Just a sad use of Shenhe, but hey, it's a use. It means we have another cryo unit that can apply a little bit of cryo. It's fine. It would be a use for her. But that's not really making use of her kit. That's just making use of her being a cryo character who can apply a bit of cryo. Unlike Mika, who applies basically no cryo. And anyways, it'd be Hu Tao, Rosaria, Shenhe, Zhongli. So the focus of like Hu Tao would be doing your charge attack damage, right? But and then Rosaria ideally would be the one triggering melts. So you know, Rosaria's Hu Tao's doing constant pyro application, a lot of pyro application every time she charge attacks, and then Rosaria can hopefully melt every single hit on her bursts. And with Shenhe's buff going, in particular, that can be a quite significant amount of damage, off-field damage. And my calcs yesterday with my artifacts that I have currently is that Jade Spear would actually be better on my Mount Rosaria than Staff of Scarlet Sands, which is not normally the case. Normally, like you would think that Staff of Scarlet Sands is better for a reaction-based burst DPS, especially one with like Rosaria, who can easily take advantage of the staff's passive. But the fact of the matter was the artifacts I had, I didn't have enough artifacts to make the staff that worthwhile. But I have enough artifacts to make the Jade Spear worthwhile, right? And I was calculating not based on like full stacks of Jade Spear either. With full stacks of Jade Spear is way better with my current artifacts. So, anyways, yeah, Melt Rosaria. Theoretically, it was just an interesting case of I was kind of surprised at how Staff of Scarlet Sands on Melt Rosaria in that team was not actually as good as I expected it to be, but that's just a side effect of me having artifacts that are more oriented towards a higher base attack weapon, basically. That's all. But yeah, Primordial Jadewing Spear is pretty good. On Rosaria, specifically. Both for physical Rosaria, and it can work pretty well, just because it's a good enough stat stick. It can work for others.
You are not welcome here.
Into the wind.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I forgot to switch to Bennett to funnel the particles. My Bennett has a little bit of a slightly lower ER than I prefer in this team, because he's the only pyro user. And I don't really have any Fav users. Wow, quality. So I need to try to like funnel a little bit of particles to him.
Adventure time.
Funneling, if anyone's not aware, is just switching to a character before particles get caught, so that they're the on-field characters, so they get more energy from them.
You are not welcome here.
Oh, there we go. Really? Really?
Let's light it up.
Really? That was 2 non-crits in a row. I have 85% correct. Pyro bonus. Nice. HP. No. Is this main account? Yes. Elan's best artifact set is indeed 4-piece emblem. What are you talking about? Elan's best artifact set is obviously Gilded Dreams. Oh, I didn't finish talking about. So the reason I am interested, so I wanted to talk about Dia's artifact set. Kind of garbage for Dia, but the passive is worded in a way that it can make it a kind of jank and fun set for something like I'm doing with this Elan build. It's going to take me forever to get good enough artifacts to justify it, but I'll probably try going for it. I didn't kill him. I should have used... If I use Cosmic Burst, I basically guarantee killing them, but... Anyways. So you notice I'm like, oh wow, look how much damage my Elan is taking, right? It's because of the burning reaction. So burning causes a lot of self-damage. And Dia's artifact set specifically says... Now, there might... I'm going to wait to, like, heavily... I'm not going to, like, specifically plan on... do I have an HP Goblet for Baiji yet? I don't know. That might be my only onset HP Goblet currently. So that is a terrible Goblet for Baiju. But I might lock it anyways, just because it's the only HP goblet I have on Deepwood. Because it could enable doing an off piece somewhere else. So yeah, I think it is. Oh wait, no, I have this one. Never mind. All right, never mind. But yeah, so its passive requires to build up the stacks that give you bonus elemental skill and burst damage. Requires taking damage, up to like 5 times, and well, on a burning team, you got a lot of self damage going. So it shouldn't be that hard to make use of that passive. If I use that passive on that artifact set on Yelan, then what I have is an artifact set. Really? How did I not die? Oh, because I'm dumb. I didn't swirl with Kazuha's burst, so I didn't get the repyro application. So then the burning wasn't going. But anyways, because I used up the pyro aura with the initial charge shot. Anyways, point is, yes, sure. The point is, what do I do with this? I don't know. I'm gonna keep it because it might be useful. It has 3 potentially useful stats on it. Burning does self damage. Yeah, yeah, it does quite a lot of self damage. It's pretty easy to kill yourself in this team. Like, let me do the watch Kazuha's health. He's at 16. Well, he'll probably go down quite a bit. Watch Kazuha's health. Actually, no, sorry, don't watch Kazuha. You're not gonna see it until. Yeah, see when I was standing near the enemies.
Now you're testing my patience.
See my health fall. I'm getting healed from Bennett, but the burning they didn't have burning on them right now, but.
Don't worry, I got this.
Oh boy.
Into the wind.
But yeah, the burning causes self damage. I don't know how obvious it was there, but a lot of those ticks of damage, those small ticks of damage that you saw my health going lower for, that was the burning damage. But it's a bunch of small ticks that happen really quickly. That can happen really, really quickly. So it can add up. And when you're standing in Bennett's burst, it's fine. Like, you really don't have that much of a problem in this team. But it can add up. And the point is, I can make that passive work. So I can potentially get a bonus 50% burst damage, which and a bonus 50% skill damage on Yelan on that build, which means I could get potentially substantially higher numbers. Of course, I'd be losing the EM that I get from Gilded Dreams, but that's fine. I have a number of ways. This team, I have a bunch of external EM buffs, and I don't know. I would want to try it. It seems fun to try on Yelan. I don't know how well it'd work, but it seems fun to try. I would not recommend anyone farm for it, really, but it's a goofy artifact set that has potential weird niche utility because of that. That's all. It's like it's kind of almost like Thunder and Fury, where like it's got some restrictions for how you gotta trigger it, but the benefit is for characters that would get a lot of damage from the skill and their burst, like Yelan, it can be really fun. That's it. I'm gonna do that. Oh, this is the stupid snake one, isn't it? I like snakes. I did not like that commission. It's annoying, tedious. Best set for Alhaitham? Yeah, best in slot is Gilded Dreams, but Alhaitham's pretty flexible with 2-piece sets, so I wouldn't stress too much about 4-piece Gilded Dreams. Alhaitham, you just need to balance his ER, crit, and EM. So he's kind of like Sino as far as like build path goes. You want some crit, want some EM, want some ER. Attack is fine, but probably the least preferred of any of those stats.
The wind knows me. Time to go.
Really? Here we go, got him. He's slightly out of range from Yelan's skill. Yoink yoink. Alright. Zhao okay at 70, 170. Yeah, that seems fine. As long as you have enough ER. Zhao is hungry for ER. And anytime I look at a Zhao that has 0 energy recharge, it's kind of cringe. I'm not gonna lie. Well, the 2-piece sets, by the way, Alhaitham works on because he works on, you know, he scales on attack, scales on EM, obviously scales on dendro damage. So you can do 2-piece Gilded Dreams, 2-piece Deepwood, which means both of the sets that you would be farming for in Deepwood Gilded Dreams are good for Haitham. Also means you can do 2-piece Wanderers, and honestly, you can do 2-piece attack percent too, and whatever, right? So there's lots of options for Alhaitham on 2-piece sets, to the degree that, especially if you've had an account for a while, there's a good chance you have better 2-piece sets and substats than you have like 4-piece Gilded Dreams. But it depends on your overall stat balance. It's just, yes, assuming equivalent artifacts, 4-piece Gilded Dreams is theoretically as ideal because it gives them the most bonus stats for free just with the set bonus. Not ER, he has 105. I mean, look, it's not 0 ER at the very least, but you probably need more ER than that. You never get ER rolls on anything. I know, it's sad, but that's why people gotta like not throw away ER artifacts. It's the one thing I'm sure before I realized how valuable ER was. I'm sure I threw away way too many artifacts that he had ER on them. Like the value of an artifact with like a single crit line and some ER can like instantly change. Like for example, my Zhao. I'm on my Pokemon Only account. Every single artifact on Zhao on my Pokemon Only account is kind of like, eh. Like they're all just like okay, they're fine, but like all together, they make a well-rounded build. So like my timepiece, for example, is like crit rate has like it's like 11% crit rate, and then I think it's like it's either 10 or 16% ER, something like that, right? So either 2 or 3 rolls of ER. Because of the fact that puts Zhao that can help put Zhao at a healthy ER, that is a way better timepiece than if I had like, because I would start having uptime problems under its burst if I did a timepiece that was 11 crit rate and 10 crit damage instead of 10 ER, right? Like that's the kind of thing that like people would oftentimes use like a 10 crit rate, 10 crit damage piece instead of a 10 crit rate, 10 ER piece, despite the fact that they need ER to keep their character's freaking abilities up. Like, do you like using your character's abilities? Well, you probably want some ER, right? Like, and especially characters like Zhao, where their entire thing is their burst. You need some decent bit of ER. You can get away with having like less ER on someone like Alhaitham more, because while it's slightly less optimal, particularly in sustained situations, Alhaitham doesn't technically need his burst to like do good damage, right? Because you can just do his skill, you have his infusion, blah blah blah, right? And you can generate mirrors without having his burst. His burst is just like an important part of optimal like mirror generation and keeping up maximum uptime on Alhaitham's damage, right? So it's not the end of the world if you don't have like the ideal ER on Alhaitham, right? But I'm already done. Someone like Zhao though. Especially when there's like less good options for like ways to battery Zhao. This is like, unless you happen to have like Farazan in high constellations, particularly C6. It's like, you probably want some ER. Same thing with Sino. You probably really kind of need to hit your ER requirements. Anyways, yeah. Alright, I think that's all I got, unless anyone wants to see anything real quick from me. I don't got much else. Can I get that wish? What am I at for pity? Am I at 4-star pity? Maybe. Nope. Never mind. I don't care. Never mind. Never mind. Oh. You can do any domain and put trash to Strongbows hoping you get something good. Yeah. I'm assuming you're talking to someone else. Alright, I think, are we talking about, what are we talking about? I see people talking about a polearm for someone. I don't know who you're talking about it for. Maybe Shenhe? Or if you're talking about, are you talking about Rosaria still? If you're talking about Rosaria, if you're doing Melt Rosaria, polearm character. Weapons. Talk about Melt Rosaria. Missive Windspear could work fine. It gives a decent amount of attack percent and gives some EM, right? It's actually got a decent amount of stat value, especially if you already have it leveled up from the event. Something like the Catch, though, is a free weapon to farm for, so if you're talking Melt Rosaria, right, you're going to have to keep her burst up, so you want ER. I just went on a spiel about how valuable ER is. So if you're using Rosaria for a burst, you want her burst up. And at low constellation, if you have her C4, you can get away with having less ER. Because her C4 refunds some of her burst cost. But yeah, her Ravaging Confessions, which I believe is her skill. Yeah. So when Rosaria's skill hits, she regenerates 5 energy. Rosaria can only be triggered once each time Ravaging Confession is cast. So, you know, through the you usually would use 2 of Rosaria's skill per burst rotation. So if you have her C4, this reduces her energy cost by 10, which helps a little bit. She doesn't have a super high energy cost, but she still has some pretty hungry ER needs. So something like the Catch is honestly the obvious free-to-play choice for a burst damage or melt damage focused Rosaria. But Missive Windspear could work pretty fine. It wouldn't be the worst option in the world. Dragon's Bane, as someone was mentioning, can work fine. This would be more like of a freeze-oriented weapon, I would think. But I don't know. I personally wouldn't use Dragon's Bane on a burst damage Rosaria. I don't know. You can, to be clear, for Melt Rosaria, it's good, but it's yeah. I don't know. The balancing your stats with this, and if you have high refinements, it's probably worth it. But at low refinements, I don't know if I'd necessarily recommend it over something like Missive Windspear, particularly if you still want to use Rosaria for a little bit of physical damage, because at least this will buff her physical damage a little bit, right? But I mean, this is a free-to-play weapon that you might have already leveled up from the event. Then yeah, could be better. If you have Deathmatch, I'd do Deathmatch. Fav Lance is always a good choice because Fav Lance gives energy, helps keep her burst up. You know, it means you can focus more on crit stats rather than ER to keep her burst up, right? Anyways, yeah. You got options, but why are the weapons wrong like the placement? What do you mean? You got R4. You weren't able to finish the event. You're so dumb. You're talking about DPS Shenhe. Oh, okay. I'll be honest. Yeah, DPS Shenhe is kind of the same as DPS Rosaria then, because you need to focus on her burst and her skill damage. But I don't remember her exact multipliers. So DPS Shenhe is probably worse than Rosaria, realistically, which is the main problem with DPS Shenhe. But you know, if you want to do it because you like Shenhe, go for it, I guess. I'd say it's the same general build path. But yeah, yeah. Not finishing the event for R5 Missive Windspear is kind of sad. Not gonna lie. Yeah, hello Sam. Hello Sam. I use Rosa as support for your III team. Yeah, this 100 crit rate on her looking slay. Exactly. Yeah. I like Rosaria as a hybrid off-field damage and support for crit rate buff. But yeah, if you're using it for support, I would prioritize just stacking crit rate. If you stack enough crit rate, you can get like the maximum crit rate buff, and then any bonus stats you have on her just contributes to her own personal damage, which is nice. Yeah, just crit rate and ER is what makes Rosaria work as a support role in general. Anyways. You just like how Shenhe looks a tad more than Rosaria? I mean, that's fair. Just, I can definitely tell you, I imagine Shenhe is probably substantially worse as a burst DPS. Probably. You shut up about Adventure Time, dude. Alright, anyways, I think we're done on my account. I don't think I had any artifacts to level up, did I? I know I have more artifacts I need to level for Baiju, but we got a decent spread of artifacts for Baiju. This one I leveled up, but it rolled Pooh Bear. Still don't have an HP circlet for him, because apparently HP circlets are a rare species for me when I actually want them. Which is, you know, kind of classic Genshin is all I can say about that. But I got a decent enough set of artifacts for Baiju. If need be, I can do an off-piece HP circlet, so it's not really something I'm too concerned about. probably, yeah, my intention would be to probably use this one on Baiju, but I don't know. Do I level up this? I feel like I do level up these. No, I'm not gonna level this right now. It's not worth leveling. Did I get a single piece worth leveling up? I don't think I did. I forgot I had that. I don't think I care about it though, because I have this piece. Come on, what's one of ended on exciting artifact level up? I mean, maybe that one, but is that really the best artifact I have to level up right now? This one might be actually. ER defense percent noise, attack percent piece. I think I got kind of garbage. Kind of all the garbage. Dendro. Oh, yeah, I got that. Okay, I should level up that quick. That could be really good. Yeah, alright. Let's level up this. Why not? Also, game definitely trolled me with this goblet, by the way. I think I got this recently. Right. I need a freaking HP goblet with crit and ER, crit rate and ER for Baiju. The crit stats are secondary to ER for Baiju, but still annoying. Alright, let's see. This is a weird, I don't know. Like, I don't have a lot of, like Dendro characters are most useful to me as characters that enable something else. The only Dendro DPS I have is Tignari. And I currently have this one, which is a little bit sad, but it's on Thundering Fury, so I'm never going to throw this away. And now I got that, which is also another potential onset Dendro Goblet. But, I don't know. It's just like, I'm not going to use it on Tignari, that's for sure, but it might be useful for some in the future, so I don't know, level it up, I guess. Throw this sad HP piece into it. And I kind of want a flat HP roll, so I could throw it away. This does not make it easier. I don't know whether to keep this or not. It's a problem if it has a high amount of stat value for an onset piece, probably for most Dendro DPS. Like for an Alhaitham, this is pretty good. I don't plan to ever pull for an Alhaitham though, but I don't know. I should probably keep it. It could be good for like if I'm doing DPS Kave or something, like like normal attack DPS Kave specifically. I should specify. So, meh. But honestly, I think I'd be more inclined to do 4-piece Thundering Fury on Kave than 4-piece Gilded Dreams, to be honest. But I don't know. Whatever. I should level it up to level 20. Why not? I don't know whether to throw this away or not. I would not recommend anyone throw this away. It's just a situation of I don't care that much about Dendro main DPSs. So I don't know how valuable this is to me. Crit rate? Alright, you know what? I'll keep it. For sure, I'll keep it. Now, it's got some high rolls. More than high roll average crit rate's 20 CV with 2 EM and 2 attack rolls. This is certifiably now a good goblet. Only 1 dead stat. You know what? I'm keeping this goblet probably forever. Alright, sweet. Oh, that's a good artifact. If you think it's a bad artifact, you are bad at evaluating artifacts. Alright, well, I don't even have any more fodder, so I don't know why I'm looking through my crap. Alright, that's the stream. So, thanks for watching. Why did I just get a new quest? What is that? Oh, is it... What is this? What is this? Why did it just give me this? I don't care. I don't care. Alright, anyways, thank you. 4th Thundering Kave actually seems pretty fun with enough damage on a scale. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So 4-piece Thundering Fury Kave. I'll probably have to level official for that, realistically. which would be fine. I only have to get Fischl to... The most important part about Fischl, by the way, is their Ascension 4 passive. So, Fischl plus Kaveh on Thundering Fury honestly looks pretty fun. I have good enough artifacts for that I can make it work pretty well, methinks. Don't know how well it would work, but it seems kind of fun. So I might try it. I don't know. I don't know what weapon I would use on him, but I'll figure that out
Good roll.
in the future. The problem is you need...
Alright, maybe I'll take
I don't know.
one.
I guess if it's just mostly focused on a
Like the rest
skill,
of the work
it wouldn't...
wasn't
I
feeling up to
don't
it.
know. I guess there could be an argument to do full EM Thundering Fury on Kaveh, because you could use Kaveh as... So the way that Kaveh works is he uses his skill. His burst gives him an infusion with Dendro on his normal attacks, and then also makes Bloom Cores do more damage when he triggers them with his skill. And his whole kit is built around specifically like triggering Bloom Cores immediately. So like, if you kind of like Nilou, right? Except for Nilou has a passive that just makes them explode immediately. Kaveh, you use a skill, and when you're within like the range around him, so you have to like kind of go near the cores, but it's a decent-ish range. So you kind of have to hug the cores, but wherever they are around you, you can activate them. And because it's all around you, you can control it too, right? So if you need to like sprint a little bit to get in a better area with cores, you can do that and then use the skill. But anyways, the skill has like a decent multiplier on its own for the damage it deals to enemies. But then it immediately activates those cores. So there is a build of you could do, I think, potentially with like full EM Thundering Fury on Kaveh. Now that I'm thinking about it, and sorry, just stack. Right, I could use this. I could use whatever this, right, with EM on it. Use my EM piece here, and use my EM goblet. I think I have an EM goblet. Yeah, use my EM goblet, and then whatever EM circlet, 4-piece Thundering Fury. Then you get the reduced cooldown, so that you can, because if you're triggering reactions enough with him, reduces the cooldown enough, you might be able to trigger more cores more frequently. Like, it's a weird jank version of Discount Nilou, and with some crit stats, he might actually get some decent damage on his own. Like, I have some okay crit stats on my EM pieces on Thundering Fury, so I might actually be able to make it work. I might try that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I want Kaveh, so I hope he's on Baiju's banner. Anyways. The recommended team for Kaveh is Kaiden, Candace, Raiden, and a buffer. That'd be a decent option, I think. Nilou, Nahida, Kaveh, Barber. Why? I mean, if you really want to be clear, it'd work fine probably, but... Kaveh solo 36 star. Probably not. Yeah, the only problem is, like, I think you'd still want a decent amount of ER on Kaveh in that situation. Kaveh has a freaking 80 energy cost. Which, I mean, if you're battering him with Nahida, it probably wouldn't be too bad. But, I don't know. I could do Nahida, Kaveh, Fischl, and then, I don't know, you need a Dendro user. So I guess it would be like Nahida, Xingqiu, or Yelan, probably Xingqiu. Be better for most people. So like Nahida, Xingqiu, what I'm thinking is like 4-piece Thundering Fury on Kaveh. Kaveh is ideally the one, I don't know, no, Xingqiu is going to be the one triggering the cores in that team. Because you're going to have a surplus of Dendro if I'm using Nahida to battery Kaveh. I don't know. It'd be awkward, right, to try to keep his bursts up. I don't know. I'm going to mess around with it. I want him to mess around with him. He seems really fun to mess around with. So he's a very, very interesting 4-star. I don't know how strong he'll be, because he's kind of odd. But he seems fun. That's all I can say. He's a really interesting one. I like what they're doing with him. For Scar, I might rerun 3.6. I'd be surprised, but I wouldn't also... I'd be surprised if he reran, but it also would not surprise me that much if he did. I think it's a bit too soon, personally. But anyways, I think that's the stream. Thanks for watching, everyone. No stream tomorrow. I should have a weapons only video out tomorrow. And it's mostly just me going insane trying to farm for Staff of Scarlet Sands. And also talking about the stupid mistake, which I've talked about in the comments already. I've talked about my Discord, so if you've seen that, it's not much new. But anyways, at the very least, you can enjoy me losing my mind. I haven't actually edited it yet, so I don't know how it'll turn out. But hopefully it'll turn out to be entertaining. There's a chest up here. What?
A chest full of valuables.
And a trove of potential clues.
Yay.